If I can have everybody's attention, please, we're going to go ahead and start the meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jefferson County uses an OWL multi-directional camera and will upload the video to YouTube. We are live streaming that today. The OWL camera is sensitive, sound sensitive, and can recognize and record conversations that are held amongst the public during a meeting. For full functionality of the OWL camera, Jefferson County would like to request that the public remain from public comment until called upon by the president of the board. Jefferson County would also like to request that the public remain from commentary or audience conversation during the meeting. Because of the sensitivity of the OWL camera, the camera may pan to the audience conversation rather than focusing on the subject of the meeting. When called upon, please approach the podium, state your name and address. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
Okay, we'll do roll call.
David Ferguson.
Here.
Jenny Beverly. Here. Kellen Cronin.
Here.
Fred Stillwell.
Here. Jim
Klepper.
We have quorum. We'll start, before we get into public comment, just some procedures and housekeeping. If we could, everybody did great last meeting, but one thing that kind of I felt like slowed us down was the applause, because what we're wanting to do is we'll have a list or a row of people, and Taylor will call the next person's name, but it's hard to hear if we're applauding for the person who just spoke. So if you don't mind, let's just hold the applause to the very end or whatever you want to do of all the speakers. So we're going to start with the people that signed up last meeting that didn't get to speak, and then we'll go into the list of the people that spoke or that wrote down that want to speak tonight. The other thing we got some people conceding their time for one speaker, which we're going to allow that to happen. So there's a few people that's wanting to do that. So we'll allow that. Then if for some reason we can't get through everybody tonight, we're going to have another meeting on the 19th, same place, same time, depending on how long this meeting goes. We're going to run till 9 o'clock tonight, because in the morning, this has to be used. We have to have everything cleaned up tonight, all the chairs put up and ready to go for the next group, who's going to be here at 6 a.m. for the neutering, animal neutering through the Jefferson County animal shelter, unless you want to stay for that. So we can do that too, I guess. But anyway, we're hopefully going to stick with the 3 minute. Mike down there on the front row is just going to hold up a sign. Something happened here.
Tim's over there. Tim's messing with it.
All right, you got it, Tim? But anyway, he's just going to hold up the sign just to give you a reference on the 3 minutes. We'd like to try to keep as close to that 3 minute as possible. So, is there anything else? So Taylor's going to announce the names, and we're going to get the names up here and then get a line, and then we'll start. When you get up, please still state your name and your address, if you would.
I'm going to call 3 people to get in line, and then after that person speaks, I'll call the next one to get in line. So the first person to speak will be Chris Perry, then Mark Frazier, and then Kevin Ford.
My name is Chris Perry, and my address is 7719. This one. My name is Chris Perry. My address is 7719 South Saluda Painesville Road, Hanover, Indiana. Property that's in question is directly across the street from my residence. I have a lot of concerns about this whole process, this whole proposal in general. The first thing I'd like to address is property values. Have deep concern about the effect of an industrial solar complex on our property value, as our property is directly across from the proposed construction. The reports that Orion selectively pulled out to show a minimal effect on property values of about 2%, using a value of $380,000 for our house, a 2% loss in property value is $7,600. The supposed 50% reduction in property tax that allegedly will take place sometime eventually would save us about $1,200 per year. So from the time that the property tax gets reduced, it would take almost 7 years before we see any kind of cost savings that matches what we're losing in property value. We don't know how long it will be before the tax gets reduced, if it ever does. This will depend on decisions on tax abatement, time of construction of the solar plant, and many other factors. There are several other studies besides the one that says 2% that Orion did not mention, which indicate higher losses in property value. Some of these indicate value loss of up to 20%. So if these studies are accurate, it would take several decades before the savings outweigh the cost. I think that most real estate experts would agree that having a pleasant view increases the value and saleability of a property. Houses that have a view of the Ohio River, for instance, sell for much higher than houses in the same neighborhood that don't have that view of the Ohio River. And so I think when people move to the country out where we are, they like the view, they like the peace and quiet, they like seeing the farm fields grow, be harvested. They like to see animals in nature, and I think that the solar plant would destroy that view and replace it with something ugly and noisy. A lot has been mentioned about property rights, and I'm all for property rights, but all of our rights have limits on them. Our right to free speech, our right to bear arms, all have limits placed on them. Orion in general, I have concerns about. The California company worth hundreds of millions of dollars. My concern is we enter into a contract with them, which is probably 12 inches thick, written by Orion to protect Orion. And when contracts are written, they're written to protect the individual that's writing it. So I'm concerned that if we get into a disagreement where something doesn't take place like we think it should, that we're now in litigation with a company that can flood us with lawyers, tangle us up in court for years and years, and I don't know that we really have any power to do anything about it. In conclusion, I think solar energy is terribly inefficient. It takes more than 10 times more ground to produce the same amount of energy as other energy sources. It's not cost effective. The only way it really works out feasibly is when it's propped up by taxpayer money. And as administrations change, energy policies change, who knows when that money dries up and we're left with a mess over the bag. Thank you for your time.
Is Mark Frazier or Kevin Ford here? If not, we're going to go ahead and call 3 more. Dalton Hardy, Hannah Hardy, and Alyssa Hardy.
Yes. Yes, and then just say your name and address. No.
Okay, so first, I'm reading for Dalton Hardy, lives on 9343 West Swan Road, Lexington, Indiana. As a 6th-generation farmer in Jefferson County, I'm writing to express my concern about the potential zoning changes that could allow large-scale solar farm development in our community. This could affect not only my family's ability to maintain and expand our farming operations, but could also play a factor with the Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan, especially goals 1 and 2. With goal 1 being to support the viability of agriculture in Jefferson County. Voting in solar is taking away farm ground for who knows how many years. Could be 5, 10, maybe 30, or worst case scenario, forever. Taking away the amount of acres in this project could affect farming in a few ways, with the first being the cost of buying or renting ground. If we allow the solar farms, this will begin to drive the price up of farm ground due to people trying to get back acreage they've lost from the solar project to support their own farming operation due to losing ground is losing money for them. The second effect would be the wildlife damage to the remaining crops, because once the project begins, the wildlife will move to the food source that remains, which would double if not triple the loss value for the remaining farmers like myself. Goal 2, to balance and guide the growth and redevelopment to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. This is a huge project that isn't just taking up a 100-acre plot. This is a couple thousand acres we are talking about. With the vote to allow solar, it will be changing the community in such a rapid pace that, in my view, it isn't guiding or balancing the growth in an appropriate way. Also, to touch just a little on the health aspect, what about the mental health of families that are going to be impacted by this? The mental drain of having to drive through or listen to construction for the next several years on the property right next to your house. Many people don't have the means to just up and move, especially when this project will affect the price of their home, and or maybe this is a homestead that's been in the family for generations, like my family farm. Jefferson County is known for the agricultural land that has put food on the table for several generations of families here today. And no, I don't mean the crops were placed directly on your table, but the land and its production brought income to your families, allowing you to buy groceries and other needs. Jefferson County is also known for its scenic views on the passageways leading into our historical Little River town that has kept and continues to make a name for its history and beauty. Allowing these solar lots will change these things in a way that who knows if we'll ever get back. So with this, I please urge you to vote no against solar to protect and preserve our community. Alright, so now I'm paying for myself. My name is Hannah Hardy. I live on 9343 West Swan Road, Lexington, Indiana. And I'm the 6th generation of a farming family. I've grown up looking at the beautiful scenery of farm fields, alive with soybeans, wheat, alfalfa, corn, and tobacco. I spent years of my childhood playing in fields in the nearby creeks and many more years working in them. I am currently 32 years old. The lifespan of these contracted solar panels is 30 years. That's nearly my entire existence. I can't imagine what my childhood would have looked like if I was surrounded by solar panels, and that's what we have for our future generations to look at if the project goes through. I know that it is primarily farmers who have signed their land away, and people say they have a right to do as they please with their land, but that's not necessarily true. That's why we have zoning laws, and that's why we're here today. Orion has promised money for the farmers leasing the land, money for the community, and all the strategies to make the project not one of an eyesore and one that's friendly to the ecosystem. However, I feel that there is something to be said or questioned for nearly every benefit that's been advertised. The first one being that we will have cleaner energy for our county. There are no guarantees that the hundreds of acres of solar panels will even be providing Jefferson County the energy produced from them. Orion has already said it is likely that another company will purchase the project before it has even started. Depending on who purchases it, the energy could be going to other counties and cities to provide energy for factories or even to Meta for the output to back their operations or data centers. The second point I question is the benefit that it will increase the population of the slowly dying monarch. I have looked at Orion's featured projects on their website, and not in one picture do I see fenced-in areas with wildflowers on the inside or along the edges of the project. Sure, it might be a new promise that hasn't been done yet in other projects, but it'll take months or even years for the construction of these solar farms, meaning years before we see the wildflower and pollinator growth and the influx of the monarch. I also question if butterflies will even be attracted to a field that sounds like island cars, or if the hot-to-touch panels will even be safe for the butterflies they're trying to save. Third point, that the ground can rest for 30 years to improve the health of the soil. That seems a little excessive to me. 30 years seems more permanent than temporary. Plus, we already have some of the best soil in the area per Olivia Boker, who spoke at our last meeting. It seems that farmers are doing enough to keep the ground healthy by rotating seasonal crops and by using best judgment to disc or let the ground lay fallow between seasons. There's also the question of how the ground will be impacted upon the decommissioning of the panels in 30 years, and if the promise of the decommissioning even happens. The fourth point is that the fencing will allow the deer to pass through and won't deter them to seek other areas for food. Unless the project is planting forests, drains, or grasses in the solar areas, then I don't see how the deer won't relocate to other neighboring farmers to overpopulate and feed on their crops. The fifth and final point that I'll mention is that the project supposedly won't impact neighboring community members. I disagree. It will most certainly impact them with years of construction traffic and construction noises. It will impact their views and mental health, and it will impact the value of their property if they live within a certain radius of the project. I have more that I could say. I know we're limited on time. I just please ask you to consider the downfalls of the project and not all the promises that aren't even guaranteed.
Sue Klein will be next.
All right. Okay, sorry. I am Elisa Hardy. I'm from the same address, 9343 and 277 West Swan Road. I am. All right. This is. Mom, are you reading my phone? Sorry, I'm technical difficulties. Primary theme for here.
You want Sue to go and then you can step in behind her. That'll be fine. Just go ahead. Go ahead. She's gonna speak after.
After Sue.
Do you need time, Sue?
No, I just need to find that cord.
Go ahead and get a third person. Ready?
So Bob Klein's next on the list. It's time.
Okay. Bob Klein is next on the list, but I want to verify that you ceded your time for the legal. Okay, thank you. And then we'll call Janet Hutzel to be next.
Just one, are you ready?
Yes,
We're
I
just
have
about
these.
getting things in order.
Can I
Yes.
give these to you? There's one for each four of
Get
you
a-
here.
We need to get your, get you a mic.
Well, I
And
can
then-
go over there.
Okay, and then your name and address.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
Everyone that's in it for the legal is getting their time up. But I have them sign in right now.
Now it's on, okay. My name is Sue Klein, 2410 North 533 West, Madison, Indiana. The first, I want to tell you a story of my cousin Melissa, and I talked to them on the phone, and she's my cousin. John and Melissa Gillespie live in Highland County, Ohio. Melissa is a nurse and John a farmer. An 800-acre solar farm was built across from John and Melissa's farm and is now up and running. The name of the solar farm is Willowbrook Solar. I asked Melissa and John if anything good came out of the project. John said he made an effort to work with the project manager, and they in turn worked with him if he had any problems with the construction progress. The picture of the landscaping is outside of the fence. Trees and shrubs, she said, are all weedy and nasty. Melissa said that it was planted in November of 2023, and now mostly everything is dead. The neighbors that are leasing to the solar company have experienced broken promises. The company that originally made promises sold out to another company, and so they did not honor the promise of not removing the topsoil. One of those neighbors that leased to the solar company had a restraining order filed on him by the solar company, and now that neighbor is not allowed on his own land. The construction of the solar farm took about 2 years. There was a delay because they had to wait 9 months for the solar panels from China. Melissa and John live on a little country road that usually sees about 6 cars a day. She said the construction process was terrible for them. About 60 cars of employees every morning, and then a constant flow of semis and big equipment all day long, and then 60 cars leaving at the end of the day. The pounding of the posts into the ground was a terrible noise. A couple houses were sold next to the solar farm right before the construction began. It was not revealed to the buyer that solar was coming, and now the houses are worth only about half of what they paid. The next part, I just want to tell you that I wrote up. I just want to thank the board for allowing us to be heard. I'm a resident of Jefferson County for the past 48 years. I've been married to Bob Klein for the past 31 years, and I enjoy a productive life as a farmer's wife, a mother, grandmother, and yes, I'm a great-grandmother. I'm standing here today to tell you I'm against industrial solar being placed on our prime agricultural land. I'm here today to remind you of Jefferson County's comprehensive plan. Under land use and housing, it states, under point 2, protect agricultural land and support the success of farming and the right to farm, I quote. Let's look at the definition of agriculture. The science, art, and business of cultivating the soil, producing crops, and raising livestock, farming. So let's be clear that solar farming is not agricultural. Orion wants us to believe that after 25 to 30 years, the land can be returned to, I quote, restoration of soil and vegetation. However, there have not been any 25 to 30-year decommissioned solar plants in the United States to show us what condition that soil and vegetation will be. So we have no proof of the protection of our agricultural land. Secondly, our Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan states to, I quote, support the success of farming and the right to farm. If Orion is granted approval from you to go forward with this industrial solar plant, then the persons who are benefiting financially from the lease of their land will now have the opportunity to rent other farm ground and bid a much higher price than the farmers who did not sign a lease. And this is where it gets personal for me and my family. We are 8 generations of farmers, and how can our family and our future generations of young farmers in Jefferson County be successful? You need to vote no to this application so that all farmers have the right to farm. Thank you for your time and attention.
Elisa Hardy, are you ready to speak? Okay, so we'll move on. I'll call 3 more to speak. I'll call Janet Hutzel, Erica McIntyre, and Joe Kent.
I want reserved for that time.
Okay, I'll put you down. And then we'll call Zach Bruce. What's that? Are you?
What's your?
I'm Erica.
Okay. I called Janet twice, so we'll just.
Okay. You know who it is? Okay. Hello, my name is. Okay. Yeah, you can hear me. Hi. My name is Erica Wilson, Erica McIntyre Wilson. 3023 North, 533 West, Madison, Indiana. My husband Jared and I very intentionally chose to move back to Jefferson County 2.5 years ago and purchased a homestead. I was born here and moved away and came back, so I'm a boomerang. I want to try to keep my remarks brief. It's been 5 long months, but at least 3 governmental bodies in this community thus far, the Madison Planning Commission, the Madison Common City Council, and the Jefferson County Commissioners, upon the recommendation of their own solar technical committee, have either said no or not now to solar industrial development. Solar development has gotten negative recommendation and no vote and a countywide moratorium thus far. The preponderance of the testimony and evidence gives no reason for the Jefferson County BZA to say yes to Orion's application. The city and the county have both determined that solar industrial development is either not an appropriate fit for our community at all, and or that the county is ill prepared to handle such development under its current ordinances, and so should postpone any allowance of this development until better ordinances and a better understanding exist. The county currently has no solid plan for dealing with solar industrial development at the scale at which Orion is proposing. Many of us have spent much of our time since June researching and studying this issue and can tell you that the negative response of those other governmental bodies is the correct one. Solar industrial sites have been placed in Jefferson County, and for all of the reasons that you have heard and will get here tonight and maybe in a couple of weeks and 6 weeks out from now. More than this, were Jefferson County to open the doors to a solar developer, it should not be Orion. Ask the folks in Wheatfield, Indiana, how much concern for the land Orion has. They'll tell you, not much. Many of us here in this room sat through a so-called information session just 6 weeks ago that went on about 3 hours, which was about 2.5 hours too long. Orion hid the ugly truth of solar industrial sites by deflection, talking in circles, denying concerned citizens in the audience the microphone, delivering a presentation that was hollow at best and downright insulting at worst. It became abundantly clear at that meeting that Orion does not respect Jefferson County's land, its residents, nor its farmers. Why would you give them the keys? Approving their application would be a mistake that would damage this county for decades to come. We ask you to deny the application and preserve our land. Thank you.
Is Zach Bruce or Jeff Holstettler here? And I'll go ahead and call 2 more, Amanda Jackson and Tanner Hammock.
My name is Jeff Hosteller, 7362 West Jackson Road, Lexington. I am pro-solar, pro-farmer, and pro-landowner rights. I am here tonight to ask for a vote of yes. Orion has met all the requirements, standards if you will, for a passage of the special exception ordinance to satisfy the BZA approval of the Idlewild Solar Project. We've all heard the phrases location, location, location. Timing is everything, and being in the right place at the right time. I'm here to tell you tonight that now is the time, and Saluda Township is the location for the Orion Idlewild project. As a resident of Saluda Township in Jefferson County, the economic impact of this project is quantified by hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue. But I want to stress that the positive impact of these dollars cannot be quantified. By that I mean, for example, the Saluda Township Fire Department that was announced last meeting would have such a positive impact to people's lives that I, for one, deem that too important to pass on. The potential for lives and property saved by having first responders and firefighting capabilities in Saluda Township would be immeasurable. What is one life saved worth? I would imagine that this valuable resource that multiple people in this room would benefit from having a fire station in our part of the county. Other countywide initiatives, projects that could be started or revitalized with the proper funding could bring positive impacts to tens of thousands of residents of this county. History will be the only judge by the outcome, and it is my wholehearted belief that this opportunity cannot be pushed away with a vote of no. Opponents of this project would have us believe. Against expert testimony, I remind you that major destruction and catastrophic events would soon follow this project. The reasons we heard in the previous meeting, a little over a month ago, tell tales to the likes that have never been seen. Crazy notions like birds exploding, tornadoes being generated by solar panels, landscape views comparable to a Star Wars movie, even dearly departed loved ones not liking the view when they wake up in the morning. It's even hard to say these things with a straight face, much less put an ounce of belief in them. For the fact that after multiple occasions of hearing and seeing exactly what this project is going to be and what steps are going to be taken to protect the environment, we still hear the toxic chemicals, which are not present in this project, are going to seep into the ground, and that the batteries, which are not part of this project, are going to catch fire. The unwillingness to listen, learn, and understand what this project is about is clearly evident as the opponents to this project continue to spread false claims, notions, and ideas. I am positive that despite all the information given in the last meeting and the meeting before that by Orion, along with expert testimony, we will continue to hear these outlandish and downright childish excuses and dire warnings tonight for more speakers on why this project should be abandoned. There's over 3,500 active large-scale solar farms across the United States and 47 states. Where are the reports of these dire catastrophic prophecies that apparently will befall Saluda Township? I would imagine if half of those scenarios had taken place, you would see it on CNN. All opinions are valuable, but the BZA must consider the facts that Orion has satisfied all the requirements to pass this project, and it must not be influenced by scare tactics and fear mongering. Even with the undeniable proof, facts, and testimony, I go back to the 20+ landowners and farmers who have reached their own agreements with their families and Orion. Who are we to dispute these agreements and say no? These folks represent some of the finest people you are going to know in this county. That alone should be enough for a yes vote. To call them greedy, uncaring, selfish is an injustice, and quite frankly, a few people in this room tonight should be ashamed of themselves. Telling a farmer such as Gary Good, the Thomases, or the Fords, only name a few, that hey, because you guys have such great land, great news, you can only be a farmer. Is that freedom? One could argue that a farmer could sell his land to a developer for a subdivision, and the narrative would probably change and be like, well, he had to do what he had to do. It's okay. As a resident, that is concerning that so much hatred and loathing has been brought towards these individuals and many others about solar panels. One esteemed gentleman from Clark County said in the last meeting, if you don't want to farm it, sell it. I mean, how about come and take it? The truth is, with the revenues generated by farming, it's almost impossible for farmers to buy more land. But I come back to the undeniable fact that Orion has met the standards required, and a vote of yes is necessary to proceed for the benefit of Jefferson County and Saluda Township.
Next, we'll call Greg Stoner.
Are you good? Okay, no, go ahead. You can go ahead. You go ahead first, and then she can step in behind the rest of you.
My name is Amanda Jackson, and I'm a landowner of Saluda Township, 7362 West Jackson Road, Lexington, Indiana, and I am pro solar. I am here tonight to ask for a vote of yes. Orion has met all requirements for the passage of the special exception ordinance to satisfy the BZA to get approval of the Iowa solar project. You guys handed that out? They have met every requirement. Landowners, farmers, and hundreds if thousands of additional residents of Jefferson County have seen the value of the project. They understand the benefits of the project, not only on a local level, but also a regional benefit as well. Last night, some of us attended a meeting at Saluda Township concerning the addition of a new fire station and community center in Saluda Township, largely due to the continued support of Orion regardless of the passage of the project or not. We learned that Saluda Township is one of the least funded, or to use the words of the board members, without a doubt, the poorest township in Indiana. Jefferson County and Saluda Township need this project passed for the benefits of all residents. Me and my family play by the rules. As the BZA members, you have a legal obligation to pass this solar project if Orion has met the 6 key criteria. It is clear that Orion has done so, and in many cases have went above and beyond the minimum requirements. I am asking that each board member not get distracted by the Google-based misinformation, but rather perform your duties and follow the rules in place. We have many supporters here tonight who did not sign up to speak so we can get home at a decent time. I want to ask every supporter of the Orion project to please stand or raise your hand now. By us standing together, we respectfully ask the board members to approve the application tonight and vote yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Tanner Hamick. I live at 2620 Meadow Road, Louisville, Kentucky, but I'm from Jefferson County. My family farms here. I'm in support of this project for 3 main reasons. One is the economic benefit for the county. Another is the energy supply for Indiana, and the last being landowner rights. This project is going to bring in millions of dollars annually in tax revenue for the county, and it's really needed. Recently, the budgets come out. A lot of the budgets in the county have been decreased, including just the general budget, the courthouse, the highway, bridge, southwestern school systems, and a lot of the the township emergency services have been decreased this last year. So the county obviously needs money. So that gives us a couple options. We can either let the infrastructure decline in the county, we can raise property taxes, or we can bring in projects like this one to help out with our financial issues. The next reason I support this project is the need of energy in the Midwest. Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Illinois all have upcoming energy shortages. And if we can't produce energy for ourselves and we can't get it from our neighbors, who are we gonna get it from? Purdue recently published its Indiana electricity projections last year, and it's projected by 2030 for already be at a shortage. And by 2040, Indiana will only be producing about 40% of the energy that we need. How are we going to function with only producing 40% of the energy that we need if our neighbors are also at a shortage? To me, that sounds like increase in energy costs and potential blackouts for the state of Indiana, and I don't think we would function very well like that. Finally, I'm in support of this for landowner rights. If other landowners have the opportunity to say no about what happens on their property, we should have the opportunity to say yes on what happens on ours. Thank you.
After Alyssa speaks, I have called for Greg Stoner, and then we'll move on to Michael Hardy.
Apologize for that little issue. There you go. I am Elisa Hardy. I am part of the Hardys at 9343 West Swan Road. While I currently live in New Albany, I do have a future vested interest in part of the farm. With that, I am Elisa Hardy, daughter of Dallas Hardy, granddaughter of the late Edwin Hardy, granddaughter of Eston Smith. I'm 6th generation of Hardy Farms. I will soon have the best interest in part of the farm. Furthermore, having hopes that someday I will raise part of the 7th generation here. I am pro, doing my best to help the planet. I'm an educator currently teaching 2nd grade, but I am no solar. Those of you in my generation who are directly involved with children have probably heard the term science of reading lately. It's been a big push, and while it seems like a new approach, it is not. There's decades of research that shows that it is the right way to go. However, sales reps for those new concepts claim to be best practices neglected years of case studies and the research. They convinced politicians, administrators, and educators to use or go with their methods. Using the words from the podcast that left me in tears, we were sold a story. It affected decades of learners, some of us being my family and classes that I directly took part in educating for me. We were sold a story. To bring the two controversial concepts together, I'm afraid that with the solar farm investment, we are being sold a story. We are being sold on the beautification, the land regeneration, and the idea that there will be little to negative impact on the community. However, there are not years of research to prove these sales pitches. Has solar energy been around for decades? Yes. Has it been researched for decades? Yes. Has it been specifically researched and utilized on farmland for decades? No. The oldest solar farm that could be compared or used for long-term research is on desert land, not prime farmland. Our current company for the project stated that they have only completed one project to its full capacity, and it was not as large a scale as this proposal. We also have to consider the money part of the sales pitch and consider the evidence and research of our economy. 30 years is a long time to commit or guarantee revenue, especially since in 2023, there was an alarmingly high number of solar companies that filed bankruptcy. Here are some of my findings. To meet the BZA standards for Exception 1C, in a summary of solar energy generation power systems damage studies by Mary McClinton Clay, NAI, referring to a professional designation offered by Appraisal Institute, the oldest and most well-respected appraisal organization in the United States. She provides articles and case studies that contradict the claims of solar developers' appraisers' claims that industrial solar does not adversely impact adjacent property values. While through some, in fact, many of her case studies prove that it impacted values negatively by at least 6%, with ranges from 6 to 30%. To go with the exception 1D, in 2019, Duke Energy applied for a permit in North Carolina that stated with regulations that were in place, Duke was required to shut down the combustion turbines during peak sun hours when the solar peaks under the full sun. When the sun receded, they would have to power them back on. Duke requested a change in policies to be able to idle during peak times rather than shutting them completely down, and it would actually decrease emissions and stress on the turbines. If the power is sourced to our community, are we and our local energy provider prepared for that? According to 1A, according to Donald Manders Bart, an American chemical engineer and lawyer who served as secretary of the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, despite solar developers claiming that the panels leave no contaminants, research has shown that contaminants do leach out of the panels and into groundwater. While in this area, most use water consumption through the water company, we do hunt and farm animals that do drink this water. Who's going to be responsible and or in charge of getting a baseline groundwater measurement and continue taking measurements to ensure no contamination is occurring? And what will be the plan if contamination is reported? To meet 1C, solar disrupts the agricultural economy. According to an article by Dan Way in the Carolina Journal, one thing that they discovered with some of the North Carolina projects was the bigger picture not being fully inspected by county commissioners, whether this be lack of knowledge or not the forethought. The complex interplay of solar installation impacts the economic, ecological, environmental, and cultural dynamics of a community as solar companies woo them for citing approvals with promises of jobs and revenue. And in our case here, some already have greatly benefited from funds and or donations, a direct example of woo. Related to the promise of the funds to the local fire departments, North Carolina, Stanley County made it an ordinance that because of the unusual nature of these fires, enough resources must be made available to the fire department, including training. Are the solar companies going to provide those funds to cover the cost of the needed training for these specific fire types as new firemen are hired? Are they going to continue funds to supply any other resources needed? Going with 1C, many of these solar farms will be visible from Highway 62. This is the most traveled route for tourism in our county, something that I think should be considered. Highway 62 is named the Ohio Scenic Byway. To go along with that, there was soil evidence that while they're saying that it regenerates the soil, It does not, due to it not being, worked, the ground's worked, it does, affect the water consumption and the levels of the important nutrients in the soil. These are just a few of my findings. I'd like to not have my community impacted with another large-scale issue for decades. With that, please consider a no vote and don't be sold a story.
Sherry Chapo, you're next.
Greg Stoner's not available, not here. Who's next on me?
What's your name?
Mike Hardy. I just want to make sure Greg Stoner's not.
Yeah, he did.
All right, thank you all for hearing me. My name's Mike Hardy. Michael Hardy, 1338 South Thompson Road. Grew up on a farm, but I'm pro solar. I just got a brief straight from the email I wrote here a while back. I would like the Board of Zoning to know my feelings on the solar project. For Orion, that we're trying to install here in the southwestern Jefferson County. The economic benefits and tax revenues will be a big positive factor. The property rights is probably my biggest reason that I support the project. Farmers should have the right to earn an income that comes from clean energy like solar. Most of the infrastructure is already installed, so the environmental impact is almost non-existent. This is an $850 million project. That's gonna go a long way for increasing the tax base in Jefferson County. It's gonna mean that I'm paying less on, well, 2 or 3 of the 6 properties that I own. All my properties are gonna be affected, the ones that are in Sioux Township, it's gonna greatly reduce what I'm gonna have to pay every year. I support the project. I hope the board votes yes for this project. Randy and Debbie Hardy, they built a legacy. My father has worked a full-time job, farmed full-time for his whole life. And there were many days that man would work, maybe get 2 hours of sleep, not 1 or 2 days a week, but that was his norm because he wanted to be able to provide this land. He wanted to be able to farm it how he wanted to farm it. He wanted to be able to purchase the home place. He wanted to have a legacy for us kids. He's built that legacy, and he wants to make sure that legacy can stay intact for many years to come. And this project is one way to make that happen. Thanks for listening.
After Sherry, we'll call Amber Walls and Dina Anderson.
I have folders for what I'm presenting. Just want them here or?
That's fine.
Hello tonight, or there. Our community is comprised of generational,
Name and address.
I'm sorry, Sherry Chapo, 10214 West Deputy Pike Road, Deputy, Indiana, 47230. Our community is comprised of generational farm families, agribusinesses, and residents. Collectively, we have serious concerns about the proposed project. The application that is before you is for an industrial utility scale solar plant. As proposed, this use will change the face and fabric of our county for 30+ years. So it is very important that to make sure that you are protecting both the county as well as the residents in the county. This project alone will cover 3,890 acres, hundreds of thousands of panels, substations and cables, inverters, and everything else that goes with it. We're going to look at the UDO, and the UDO is for the BZA, gets their directions from electric to do today. So the purpose Jefferson County has adopted the regulations for the following purposes in addition to ensuring impacts to adjacent parcels are properly mitigated and prevent land use conflicts with current and future development. On page 148 in the UDO, it lists specific criteria for approving a special exception use. Under standards for evaluating a special exception, A, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the special exception will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. The special exception will not be injurious to the use or enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. And the establishment of the special exception will not impede or substantially alter the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted in the district. Adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or will be provided, and adequate measures have been or will be taken to provide ingress and egress to design to minimize the traffic congestion of the public roadways, and the special exception will be located in a district where such use is permitted and all other requirements set forth in this UDO that are applicable to such use will be met. So the special exception, if granted, is contrary to the UDO standards and to the stated purpose of the solar energy systems, the SES. The proposed use fails to mitigate, prevent land use conflicts and current and future development. It will be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity. It will also substantially alter the development and improvement of surrounding properties for the uses already permitted in the district, which is primarily farming. Studies show that solar utilities will have a detrimental impact on neighboring property values. The effect is generally seen within 3 miles or closer and closer to the project. This is confirmed in a review of the proposed Lone Oak Solar Farm in Madison County, Indiana, by Mary McClinton Clay, and she's an appraiser that addresses the incorrect methodology used in the study provided by the developers experts in the proposed Lone Oak Solar Farm in Madison County. And I attached those documents for you in your folders. In the Indiana appeals case of Mammoth Solar, that's also listed in your folder, the court ruled that a decrease in property values expected to occur due to development of a solar farm confers standing on property owners to appeal special exceptions granted by the BZA. We are not dealing with uncharted territory with these massive industrial utility scale solar projects sited in ag districts sprawling through the countryside, surrounding homes on multiple sides and completely engulfing rural communities. Homeowners are now being forced to live inside an industrial power plant, more akin to a prison. Not only that, but the loss of property value is proportionately much greater with these massive industrial plants, as confirmed in the attached summary of peer-reviewed articles on utility-scale solar plants. By implementing a moratorium on industrial solar farms, our own county commissioners have acknowledged that our UDO does not begin to properly address the size and scope of these massive projects that fail to properly protect the public. Solar developers emphatically claim that there is never injury to property values. They continue to repeat this narrative over and over, as if more times they repeat it, the more likely it will become true. After reviewing numerous studies that prove otherwise, the truth is made clear. Common sense and experience have shown that the beautiful natural view, food, and the agricultural farming community is what matters most to we, the people. If you list your property for sale, nobody wants to view it. Nobody wants to make an offer on it. You better believe that it is a negative impact on your value. There is no market, and that is what we are seeing happening in Indiana. Another requirement for approval of this project is that it must be consistent with our comprehensive plan. On page 30, land and use and housing to support the viability of agriculture in Jefferson County. to preserve or incorporate vistas, wooded, scenic, and other environmentally sensitive areas as development occurs. Special attention should be paid to ensure the natural assets are preserved and to protect agricultural land and support the success of farming and the right to farm. By definition, if you were to approve the proposed use, you would not be supporting the viability of agriculture in the county. You would be destroying a portion of the farming industry by removing 3,890 acres of productive farmland for 30+ years and destroying those associated jobs and supporting businesses. Industrial solar is made by hand, and most components are made in China and other foreign countries. The proposed use will destroy the very natural assets this comprehensive plan calls special attention to preserve. Your UDO defines a farm as a parcel used for agricultural activities. Your comprehensive plan, future land use, on page 24, defines agriculture as a land use to include agriculture uses as well as protection of prime farmland. The Indiana Solar Project Assessment Guidance Memo states, that's in there too, the land underneath the solar farm would not meet the agricultural land use. Thus, it would be assessed as something other than agricultural land, such as commercial or industrial land. Placing an industrial solar plant on farmland in an ag district does not convert it to an ag use by the state's own definition and tax treatment. By these very definitions, the proposed solar development does not meet the definition of agriculture or farm in the UDO, comprehensive plan, or the state for assessment guidelines, nor does it meet the vision and goals. Number 1, stated in the comprehensive plan on land use, page 17, to work with partners to attract businesses that are related and support value-added agricultural in the county. And then the vision and goals here for the land use and housing, to balance and guide growth and redevelopment to protect health, safety, and welfare of the community. This proposed use jeopardizes the farming industry. It does not replace jobs lost, and it places the health, safety, and welfare of the community at risk through unfounded promises with an evolving industry based on pure conjecture without historical evidence to support a project of this size and scope. And extend and improve utility infrastructure and promote appropriate development as it is fiscally responsible. Consider renewable energy options is an additional source of energy is needed. This proposed use does not benefit Jefferson County with the energy generated, although SES has been added to the UDO as a use exception under the Ag District. The industrial nature of this project does not meet the future land use goal to preserve and protect prime farmland. This proposed use places the health, safety, and welfare of the community at risk. It fails to protect agricultural land and compromises the very success of farming and agricultural businesses by removing 3,890 acres of productive farmland from production for 30+ years. And this is very significant.
Can I ask a question? How many people are from Jefferson County? Did you raise your hand?
Let's keep moving.
Hello. Anna Wall, 113 Meadow Lane, Madison, Indiana. I was raised in Saluda and still own a farm in Saluda today. Last month, someone claimed that opposing something is an easy position to take. I stand before you tonight to argue that this couldn't be further from the truth. I would rather not be here at all tonight. My heart aches to see people on both sides affected by this issue. I love the green shirts behind me, and I love the red shirts. This is a small community, and I grew up with a lot of these people. So I'm standing up for everyone. I'm not a fan of overriding themselves. I am here tonight to stand up for our local farmers, not just landowners, but leasees who have nurtured this land for decades. Think for a moment about what will happen to these farmers and their families if this proposal goes through. How will they feed their families and keep food on their tables? I'm here for my children and future generations. We must take our responsibility seriously when it comes to preserving this land for them instead of leaving them with a burden to bear. Regarding our children, Orion has suggested giving financial support to our schools and various areas of Jefferson County. However, when speaking to business ethics, I must stress that what Orion proposes lacks integrity. It is manipulation and bribery disguised as support. It's no surprise that they will bring in individuals to echo what you want to hear. These are salespeople. That is what they do. At the end of the day, they have no genuine concern for you, anyone in this room, or our community. Since when did we begin to elevate ourselves at the expense of other families? This is not who we are, Jefferson County. We should never use others as stepping stones to achieve our goals. Business must be conducted with honor and ethics, and what is being presented here fails to meet that standard. In Section 8 in the lease states, 7.8, noise, glare, and shadow. Leasee shall have the right in connection with the construction, use, and operation of solar facilities to emit or cause the emission of noise, to impact owners' views of and from the property, and to allow or permit the solar facilities to cast shadows and to create, cause, and emit glare or shadow onto the property and adjacent properties and similar field effects. Owner, for itself and on behalf of its successors and assigns, hereby accepts such effects, waives any right to object to such effects, and releases leasee from any claims, damages, liabilities, or losses owner may incur therefrom. Let me assure you, there is nothing in the lease agreement legally binding on them to uphold their promises of monetary gifts. There may come a time when something makes sense to pursue, but we must be patient as we have a moral obligation to uphold. Unfortunately, this does not provide adequate protection for our landowners, farmers, or our neighbors. It's just that simple. Thank you.
Paula Weatherby, Gerald Bowers, and Jacob Bell. You can be next.
Good evening. My name is Dina Roberts Anderson. I live at 6939 South Majors Road, Hanover, Indiana. I have worked as a soil scientist, working with the agricultural community for over 30 years. And so I have seen a lot of things. And as a scientist, you learn that you should educate yourself on the things that are true and base it on data. So part of the packet that I handed you is just some things that to help you educate. Ms. Klein at our previous meeting did a really nice job of highlighting our prime farmland that is being impacted by this, also the land classifications that are being impacted by this. Pretty much the entire area that is being proposed for the solar farm industrial thing is going to be on prime farmland. The importance of this is really the impact from the standpoint of we are a country that has the capability to be self-sufficient, and we need to maintain that at all costs. I'm not for solar, I'm not against solar. It's the location that I do not care for. I believe there's much better places for things like this. From my personal perspective, every one of those big old Amazon warehouses and everything on down towards Charlestown would be a perfect place to put one on. In the very last page of the packet that I provided you is an area in the southwest part of the state where there is a lot of acres of reclaimed mine land from the strip mining processes.
In my personal perspective, I think that would be a much better place for a introduction of things like this. So from that perspective, I understand there's things of, there is land rights and there's what everyone's entitled to, and this is still a free country, but there is also the things that is part of as the planning and zoning board, it is your responsibility to ensure that things like this and how it impacts all of the people in the county are evaluated and weighed. So all I do is I ask for you to educate yourself. There are some other interpretations and ratings that I printed out in relationship directly to the soil, to the solar implementation. And you can see how poorly rated those soils are for this type of application. So all of that information is from the soil survey, available on the website for anyone to access. I also have another, a little more comprehensive packet I will leave you, so that you can read some more about the soils and things from that perspective. So all I ask is that you educate yourself, understand that the impact of this prime farmland and how this is on the classification should be strictly limited to areas less suited to growing the crops and things that we need to provide for our country and our capabilities. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Robin Henderson.
Thank you. I'm Jerry Bowers. I live at 3946 West Ohio Rivers Road. Lived there for 21 years. The area of interest listed on your hydrology report, a bunch of property that affects phase 2 or another whole project. I think you kind of got me interested in this whole thing. I'll go to my main point of concern is there's so much money in this project. We keep hearing all the dollars. We keep hearing all about how much power is needed. My concern is, once this is approved at the local level, a lot of the control is going to go away from the local people. And my concern is that at some point in time, there's enough money and generational changes in families that a utility will get access to the properties, and that we will have to deal with eminent domain on property rights. But once a utility's in the area, it's done. Solar is ground hungry. We've all heard that. And my concern is, if this does go to the utility, there's not enough people in the county that the people up in Indianapolis are going to care. They're going to build on every piece of ground if the utility comes in. I don't think that you can prevent that. And I don't think you'll be able to prevent the sale of the land in the future for these families. 30 to 50 years is a really long time in this whole project. So I thank you very much for your serving on the board. You're in a really difficult spot, but I appreciate it.
Next, we'll call Linda Hutchinson.
Good evening, my name is Jake Bell. My address is 5415 East Coast Ridge Road. I'm speaking on behalf of my grandpa, Gail Florian's farm, located at 6391 South 675 West, Lexington, Indiana. I appreciate your time to allow me to express the concerns that me and my family have for the potential Orion solar project in Sawyer Township. One of my main concerns, I'll give you kind of the background of who I am first. I lived there all my life, 26 years old, lived in Jefferson County my whole life, 10-year 4-H'er, right here on these fairgrounds. I had a degree in mechanical engineering and technology through Purdue, so I kind of had a background in knowing the efficiency of these type of energy sources compared to other forms. So that's one of my main concerns. One of is the efficiency and lifespan of the solar panels. Most solar panels are only 15 to 20% efficient. Therefore, that's why they need so much land many times, 10 to 15 times more land than coal or natural gas power plants that put out the same amount of energy. Compare that to the efficiency of coal, which is around 35 to 40%, natural gas, 50 to 60%, hydroelectric, which I'm a big fan of, is at 90%. Wind turbines, another renewable energy source, is only at 20%. So you can see the majority of the renewable energy sources are not that efficient. On top of this, solar panels lose their efficiency by 0.5 to 1% every year. Therefore, solar panels have a useful lifespan of roughly 20 to 30 years. Where are all these panels going at the end of their lifespan? Currently in the United States, only 10% of solar panels are recycled due to it being cheaper to dispose of panels in landfills. Experts predict that by 2050, the world could see upwards of 80 million metric tons of solar panels decommissioned. By 2030, the U.S. alone will have enough decommissioned solar panels to fill 3,000 football fields. Now, many of you may not see the side effects of this, but this will definitely be something that my generation will have to deal with. Many solar panels contain toxic metals such as lead and cadmium. According to the EPA website, solar panels fall under the category of hazardous waste when they are discarded due to the possibility of lead and cadmium being leached into the ground. Now, the lead, they won't tell you this, the lead is because it's sealed off inside the panel. The lead is used as a solder to connect the individual solar cells inside the panel. So they won't tell you that that will leach into the ground, but I think we've seen recently with Hurricane Helene, they ripped through a solar farm or solar complex and broke those panels. So that lead could potentially leach into the ground. And something that was brought up at the last meeting, and you guys had the same concern as me, where's this power going? Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, why are these people from California, Texas, et cetera, coming to southern Indiana to target small farmers to lease their land for 30, 50 years? Have you heard what's getting settled or built in Jeffersonville, Indiana? A Meta Facebook data center, and they said that was one of the previous customers. And they have promised that that facility would be powered by 100% renewable energy. We know that they targeted Clark County. Clark County is smart enough to reject that. I think we should be too. This is the 18th data center in the U.S. And they started out west in the middle of deserts where it makes sense to have solar panels, but now they're coming to prime farmland. So why do you think these solar companies are targeting vulnerable farmers in the surrounding counties to this data center that is set to be complete by 2026? This is where the power is going. This is what your farmland is being used for. These data centers are popping up all over the country, and these solar companies are not too far behind these projects. These are greedy, selfish people that don't give a darn about you, your farm, or the people inside this room and our community. This is corporate America and Silicon Valley's attempt at taking everything from the Midwestern way of life. People need to have a backbone and stand up to these corrupt companies and organizations that are bribing innocent, vulnerable people. Let Jefferson County be the one that puts a stop to the destruction and devastation to our prime farmlands. Lastly, I have a major concern of losing one of our most valuable and irreplaceable resources, our prime farmland and wildlife habitats. Solar farms or complexes can negatively impact the migration routes of animals and amplify the effects of soil erosion in the soil during the installation. These solar farms will devastate our way of life, divide neighbors, and ruin the beautiful landscape of our great community. Think with your hearts, an open mind, and not your wallets. Keep Jefferson County and Saluda the river of corn. Protect the heritage of the hardworking ancestors that passed these farms down to you. Now, a little bit of personal story. I just got back from Utah on a work trip, and there were solar farms everywhere. What got me and got me thinking on this since our last meeting, there was nothing to be grown out there. Just desolate desert and as far as that, I can see there's solar panels, but I'm fine with that out there. Because you're not taking up prime farmland, you can't grow anything out there anyway. So I think it's, an issue that these counties are moving further west and targeting places like Jefferson County to take up our farmland. So I hope that, you don't know to this project. Thank you.
After Robin, we'll call Linda Hutchinson, Randy Harvey. You go. Yeah, they're gonna go after you. Are you Linda? Paula.
Someone's supposed to be reading for me. Carrie's got it. For Linda.
Go ahead.
My name's Paula Weatherby, and I live at 2685 West Jefferson Pike Road, Madison, Indiana. And I've been a lifelong resident, and our family settled here in 1798, so we've been here a long time. My father was born and raised in Saluda Township, and one of 13. He graduated from Saluda High School. And I have a great love for the natural land. I also want to say that this company, the one that we're on a 2-mile buffer zone, so we're having to deal with the county and the city. And since all this power is supposed to be going to AI, I decided that I would ask AI some questions since all the information is being put into it. And APA Power Industrial Solar Project in Jefferson County, Indiana, is known as the Idlewild Solar Project. This project is being developed by Orion Renewables, so it's all the same thing, whether it's the one in downtown Madison or it's in the county, it's all the same. And I have a big concern that the battery placement was put in Madison by our commissioners without any word said about solar. Now, it has to be connected because it's all the same company and nothing was said. This just came through. So this is, our commissioners and our mayor are here to represent us, not to make decisions for us, but to represent us and to let us know what's going on. And when a company comes in, whether they change their name for the city and they have different actors that come in to try to sell it, it's all the same. And what I want to talk about today are morals, because on the first section, it talks about morals. And when you look in the dictionary, a moral is relating to the standards of good or bad behavior, fairness, honesty, etc. that each person believes in rather than laws. Morals are the prevailing standards of behavior that enable people to live cooperatively in groups. So I asked AI, I said, tell me how industrial solar fields are morally wrong toward neighboring property owners. Well, the first one was a visual impact. Large-scale installations can significantly alter the landscape, potentially reducing of the area and affecting property values. Second was land use. Extensive land use for solar fields can lead to loss of agricultural and natural land, which could impact local ecosystems and livelihoods of those who depend on the land for farming and other activities. Third were property values. There are concerns that the presence of industrial solar fields may devalue nearby properties by some, as some buyers might be deterred by the proximity of such installations. Four was noise and light pollution. The construction and maintenance of solar fields can generate noise. The panels themselves can cause glare, which may disrupt the daily lives of neighboring residents. Environmental concerns. The development and operation of large-scale solar fields can lead to concerns about local wildlife displacement and destruction. Morally, these concerns stem from the idea that neighboring property owners should not be unduly burdened by developments that benefit others, especially if they receive little or no compensation or say in the matter. So that is A on your, that you have to look at. And I really appreciate the board for hearing our concerns and doing what's right for Jefferson County. Thank you.
I'm Robin Henderson. I'm Robin Henderson, 614 East Main Street.
I think she shut it off.
I'm Robin Henderson, 614 East Main Street. We've lived here 24 years. I'm the first Henderson not born on a farm in Orange County, Indiana since 1815. So my heart is in farming. Prior to retiring, I was vice president of an environmental monitoring company. I also taught physics at Purdue University for 5 years. I have studied and followed energy in the U.S. for as long as I can remember. I was also a small-scale livestock farmer for over 40 years. I have never thought that grain farmers had a responsibility to provide me with feed at a low price. I am a capitalist and free market here. Damn it, if a farmer wants to grow electricity on his land instead of grain, that's his American right. The talking points provided by BZA have been beat to death and answered well. Both Purdue and IU have centers devoted to renewable energy. They do not deal in hearsay or Facebook experts, but rather research and hard science. IU's Luger Center for Renewable Energy has a question and answer section that covers most of the questions. I'll quote just one. Will property value be affected by a solar farm? Research has shown that solar or wind farms tend to have little or no effect on, or positive effect on nearby property values. Properties either will have no effect or a positive effect on values. Question after question puts to rest almost every hearsay thing that we could. Why is Oregon here? They're here because we have land, but also because of the grid. Without a grid, solar farms are useless. Someone suggested earlier, let's build these solar farms way out someplace west. That's a good idea. How do you get the electricity? You only get, grid is just as important as farmland. That's why they're here, for two reasons. Not because of idiots, not because we want to steal their land, our land. That's not why they're here. I want to address one question that was asked by a BZA member last meeting. What happens if a new power source is found in the next 25 years? I can assure you that scientists at Purdue or other research universities are not experimenting with kryptonite or hypermatter. Solar, wind, hydro, nuclear, natural gas, hydrogen, and batteries are all being used in different combinations. As if the USDA did not hear that question last time, on September 30th, they awarded Hoosier Energy $675 million to restart a shuttered nuclear plant and also buy a large amount of solar. Why are they doing this? Because USDA wants to get rid of everything but clean energy in farming. Hoosier Energy, if you don't know, is one of the largest energy suppliers in Indiana. They supply the energy for 1/3 of southern Indiana to our universities. $675 million on September 30th to restart a nuclear plant and buy solar. Not buy coal, not buy anything, but buy solar. What brought this on? Indiana was one of the 6 coal states. We were very slow getting behind. And 10 years ago, just 10 years ago, Indiana got 95% of its electricity from coal. Today, 10 years later, we're at 44% of our energy from coal. That's seismic. In less than 100 years, we've been relying on coal. In the last 10 years, we're down to 44% of renewable energy. That is unbelievable. We need to get on that bandwagon. The major power companies in Indiana are all closing power plants. NIPSCO, which is northern Indiana, have said they're closing their last 2 coal plants and building a huge solar plant in Gibson County, Indiana. The other 2, AEP, which also owns 44% of IKE, announced that in 2 years, they're getting out of coal altogether. They haven't said anything about IKE, that's the solar plant down here that pays us $3 million a year in tax money. That's $3 million. And someone said coal plants don't take much land up. You know how much AKE land has? 982 acres. 982 acres. And we're getting $3 million a year. It should be obvious that all alternatives must be in place before coal plants can be closed. For us, that's solar. Indiana cannot stop it. Oregon has offered to buy a certificate and pay us $6 million a year to ride it. That's $3 million from IKE is not going to last. We'd be crazy not to take the $6 million from Oregon. Iowa is our share of the new energy pie, just to prove it. Give farmers a break and let them have a piece of the pie. They've earned it. Thank you very much.
Frank Wiki or Wiki?
I'm speaking on behalf of Linda Hutchison. She's right over here. She asked me to read this, if that's okay. Good evening. We landowners want to see our area prosper, but fall short on revenue desperately needed for our Southwestern School Corporation. We've lost several excellent and well-liked teachers in recent years, mostly to better paying jobs. Also, the latest report said Southwestern's enrollment was down nearly 30 students. It seems we're always short on bus drivers. And what about bus monitors? Every bus needs assistance of a monitor. Madison has them. The kids are our future. Please, please do this for them. We have a great opportunity to work with Orion Renewable Energy, who has a verified reputation and outstanding history in the solar farm industry. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Linda Hutchison.
Next, I'll call Thaddeus Thomas.
Randy Hardy, 6847 South, 850 West. I'm pro solar. I signed up to land. Most of the land I signed up was low productive land. Talking with other farmers that put some of the land into solar was the same deal. Low productive land. Our land that was wet, and we got into it late and harvested late. That's just kind of common sense. And as far as, it's a plus for the whole Suda Township for this taxes that's going to be paid. The revenue's coming in from this solar. Maybe I'm looking at it lopsided, but I don't think so. I mean, it's a win-win. I'm farming some of my grandfather's farm, and I've been in the family 137 years. It's just the fact that it's some money coming in from my family. I won't see none of this. This would be for children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. I want to keep this another 137 years or longer in the family. So I feel like that it's got some income coming in off of solar, part of it's farm and part of it's solar. That's the way, there'll always be some crops grazed on the place, but there'll be some solar energy coming off of it. I think that's a win situation, and I think everybody in Seward Township will win from all these taxes coming in, and other money, everywhere. That's about all I have to say.
Next, I'm going to call Marshall Horine.
Okay. My name is Frank White. I'm from Spencer County, Indiana. And I might be the only person here that actually has first-hand experience with Orion after they built the solar project. I'm familiar with Justin Wolf. I like the man personally. He was in my home. I am not pro solar. But Justin came into my home because I had a concern. They wanted to surround my home on all four sides with solar. And he brought in an engineer from Wisconsin, and they walked the ground around my property. And he talked to the president of the company, the vice president, and they decided to offer me some money to compensate me, and I turned down the money. I'm glad I turned down the money. Troy, Indiana was one of the first projects in the state of Indiana, solar projects, owned by, or started by, I should say, Orion. I don't know when they started leasing the land, but in 2017, they went in front of the council and got a tax abatement for 10 years. Once they got the tax abatement, they ended up going to Vector Energy and sold the project to a utility out of Texas. I've got video of that solar project as it was under construction. I've got images of umpteen pieces of earth moving equipment as they removed the topsoil. I've got images where they destroyed buildings, tore down buildings that were on property, houses, barns, other buildings to make room for the solar. There have been, during the construction, they had flooding on the roads. People couldn't even get across the roads. They had a fire on the property, solar fire, solar panel fire. While they were working with trying to get this Troy project up and going, they started leasing land around the town of Grandview, Indiana. And Justin went in front of the county council to get a tax abatement for this new project called Grandview Solar. I happen to live within 2 miles of the town of Grandview, Indiana. I heard somebody here mention that they were in a buffer zone. Well, when they had a town meeting, they said that Grandview had a buffer zone, and I was in that buffer zone. And so Grandview was going to approve this solar project. The only problem with that was, I think 2 or 3 months, and by the way, I did FOIA requests. So everything I say, I've got documented. I've got written proof from government officials and from emails. Emails from Justin to a town board member of Grandview, basically 2 years before he ever went to the council to get the tax abatement. He was already working with the town of Grandview. Yet when he talked to the council, he said he had not been talking with Grandview when they asked him if he had been. And the town, during a council meeting, made a statement that the county owned, we're talking about 37 parcels of land. 36 of those parcels were in the county. One parcel was in the town, and they could not approve the tax abatement for that one parcel that was in the town. So they told Justin to go speak to the town. Lo and behold, 60, 90 days later, he's in there with big shot lawyers on Indianapolis, and they're saying the town has this 2-mile buffer zone, and they're gonna approve all 37 parcels of land. And that's what they did. It took almost 3 years later, after Orion sold the project to a developer out of Washington, D.C., it was suddenly discovered the town never had a legal buffer zone. All these attorneys from Orion couldn't figure that out. And they convinced all the locals that they're Indianapolis attorneys, they know what's best. So as a result of this discovery, a lawsuit was filed. Now, if you look up there on the slideshow, you'll see an image where they talk about they're only going to use prime farmland. They're not going to use prime farmland in Troy. This is a before and after picture of some farmland in Troy. And one of the most remarkable things on that slide, and if they'll hit another slide, you're going to see a house, a very nice house on a major highway. And they went and covered this house on 3 sides with solar panels and a substation. They built a substation directly beside this house, close enough that you could stand at the garage and hit that substation with the rock. The people that lived there had to move. If they keep going with that slideshow, you will see there is that's part of the substation right there under construction, right? And you can see part of the house off to the right, just right there. So that's how close they came to somebody's residence and building this substation. Now this shot right here is on a county road. There's a house on the left, and there's actually a house on the right, just barely out of the view. That is before the solar development went in. And then the next shot, you're going to have some fields in the back. This is an aerial view showing the houses, residential homes, surrounded by solar panels. Totally surrounded. So utility companies don't care. They don't have to abide by whatever Orion says. Right here, the 2 arrows point to the fences of the solar panels right behind these homes. These are people who lived there 30, 40 years. All of a sudden, they got this in their backyard. The next shot is going to show you this image and the next one. This, you see a building right off of this county road. There's a barn and some outbuildings. The next shot is exactly the same shot. It's a Google satellite image from exactly the same location, and those buildings are gone. So buildings don't matter, homes don't matter, as long as they get their solar panels down there. You want to flip over, they say they're not going to destroy any trees. You can see the trees on that property that have been cut down. That's before they haul them away. The lies that they tell you, this is first-hand experience, documented. Now, before we go into what happened in Grandview, once we found out that they never had a buffer zone, that the attorneys from Orion were either incorrect or out and out lied, there was a big town meeting. County meeting. And the board was advised they didn't have this buffer zone, and so they were asked to file an ILP for construction. Well, the board members said, hey, we don't have the legal right to do this, so we're not gonna do it. The new solar developer that bought the project, go ahead and hit it. Next one. Filed a $30 million lawsuit against the town. Now, this town, to give you an idea, the county I live in is so small, we do not have a Walmart, a McDonald's, or anything. There's, I think, 5 or 7 traffic lights in the entire county. The town of Grandview doesn't have a traffic light. And they're being sued for $30 million because they wouldn't sign an ILP to build a solar project on land they didn't have the legal authority to do. Here's the next one. While that lawsuit was in operation, the contractor filed a $9 million mechanics lien on 60 parcels of farmland where the farmers had signed leases. Now, the odd thing about that 60 parcels of land is there are only 37 parcels in the Grandview project that signed leases. But yet they filed this mechanics lien on 60 parcels. No one's ever explained the difference in that math. I must have gone to a different school. Hit the next one. Now, after that lawsuit, the solar developer came up to the town of Grandview and said, hey, we'll give you $650,000 to go ahead and sign this ILP if you don't have permission to do it. Town, money's more important. They don't care about the citizens outside of town because we can't vote for them. We can't speak at a town meeting. They took the money. As a result of that, I filed a lawsuit against the solar developer. I'm currently in front of the appeals court right now. Now, a little bit of one of the, and that wasn't the end of it, by the way. As a result of what they did with Grandview, the county passed one of the most stringent solar ordinances in this state. And it virtually would stop any large commercial solar projects to be built in the county. But then suddenly, a lawsuit came from some of the local farmers. It seems that the contract, the lease that they signed with Orion required them that if the county, or if the farmers at Orion didn't like what the ordinance was, or any legal ordinance anywhere in the state, the farmers had to join Orion in objecting to it. So they filed a lawsuit. The farmers filed the lawsuit, and then the lawyers made Orion step up and get their name on it too, because they're the ones responsible for it. So right now, Orion has a lawsuit pending against our county, trying to force them to change their solar ordinance. So be prepared. Get deep pockets, get good attorneys. Because these guys will shaft you every chance they get. Our zoning administrator for the county is outraged because after the Troy solar project was sold to the utility company, all the promises that Orion made went out the window. Everything they were going to do for the school, everything they were going to do for this, all that's gone. It's not Justin's fault, except the fact that he did lie to the council. But, and I've got that documented. I've got it in writing. I've got the emails, proof. What he said in the emails is totally different than what he said to the council. So, also I heard mention about AEP. They shut down their, AEP happens to be in our county too. They shut down their coal. And they've been to the county now, they're either going to go with gas or nuclear. So they're not gonna let that plant sit idle. So you're not gonna be without electricity. One other comment. I happen to be sitting on the board for a national organization that deals with exposing things on green energy. And one of the projects in Kansas, a solar project that is also controlled by Orion, their leases have an option that allows Orion to buy the property. Just beware for all you farmers.
No, we're not gonna do that. We got, to give you some, we need to really reel in this time on both sides on everybody. We got 40 more people to do tonight. Just to put in perspective, 40 more. So let's really pay attention to Mike down there on the front row on the time. There we go. So if we would, I'm trying to be as lenient as possible because everybody has good content, but just try to keep it as close to that 3 as you can. Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and call Carlos May Sr. to be next.
Good evening, my name is Thaddeus Thomas. I live at 3998 West Little Hill. I am a 7th grader at Southwestern Middle School. Today, I would like to talk on behalf of our school about a few of the things that we don't have funding for. In my English class, we are getting ready to start novels, and the books that we have to read, we cannot take home because we don't have the money to buy extra books, and there are just enough to read in the classroom. The ones that are in the classroom are all torn up, and we can't buy new ones. In the library, our book selection is very poor, and we don't have a lot of nonfiction books or fiction books to choose from. In our gym class, when we want to do football, basketball, etc., we have to bring our own equipment because the school does not have enough money to buy equipment for PE. In sports, many of us have to buy our own uniforms and equipment because the school cannot provide the money to buy that kind of stuff, and our track and soccer field is in very poor condition, and it badly needs redone. To add to that, in golf, whenever it is too wet or cold to practice outside, and we have to practice inside, we have only a couple golf nets, and if we need new ones, the coaches have to buy them, and they are not cheap. I went to Madison High School and watched the Harry Potter play, and while it was happening, I realized that I would like to do drama, but our school does not have the money for an auditorium or the equipment. Our choir director resigned last year, and the school did not hire a new director. My dad and my aunt were both members of the show choir, and I want to do that too, but the school couldn't hire a new director because we didn't have the money. For lunch, we have to use styrofoam trays because the dishwasher in the cafeteria doesn't work because of how old it is, so we can't use normal trays. This is just a few things that our school desperately needs. The money from the solar project would really help improve our school for our district. Thank you for your time.
Next, I'm gonna call Rebecca Schaefer. Yes.
Yes, I haven't heard anybody talk about the excavating of the land where they're gonna put these solar panels, which, what degree of slope are they gonna level out or let go? Don't know. 7, someone said 7, 20. but I've seen a video of excavation, it's not good. It depends on the slope. What is the slope on that? So, I'm gonna let it, they like it just as level as a football field. And that's bad muscle. Runoff, turn up the topsoil, and people have complained about it being erosion and everything working over on him, the soil. And, one thing I want to say, I own a farm, and 1/10 of a mile behind me, they're gonna put a whole big field in, a solar panel. 1/10. And they say that all the bulldozer work and everything at the, pile driving can interfere with your head, if you're that close. And they're building a 13,000 acre solar farm up in southern Indiana. 13,000 acres. And we're being invaded by solar panels. And, it will decrease the value of my property. I was planning on giving the kids maybe if they wanted to build a house, they didn't want to build one that now. And, New DRV says they got electricity. There's a farm, solar farm, not very many acres, 380 some acres, that's going in Lexington, Kentucky, in the horse. Where the horses are, beautiful. They don't care. And the mayor of Lexington is trying to fight it. Keep it out. They'll put them anywhere, it don't matter about the neighbor or a little bit of wolves is the only thing separates us from animals. Yes, there'll be loud noises in the excavation of the pile driving and all the construction work going on. It can cause a health problem. It's real noise and everything. And far as I say, I don't know what the appreciation of my property would be when it's 1/10 of a mile away from my house. It'd be way up there. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I call Rebecca Schaefer. I'm gonna call Jeff Wagner and Corey Thomas.
My name is Carl Flay. I live on the Cherokee Fork south, I'll take the west, Howell, Indiana. I'm 87 years old.
He has asked me to read this for him. That's okay, this is his. It is a fact that Orion has already provided me with enough money to buy my wife a new Ford Bronco for her birthday. You people that oppose this solar project, how much money have they proposed to you? I bet not a red cent, and that is why you are envious of those benefiting from the solar project. I found out in early life that you can have anything within reason if you are willing to work for it, and that is why I pay almost $3,000 in property tax. If you would have worked a little harder in life, you may have had land that Orion was interested in. The only complaint that I have with solar farming is that Orion did not come around 30 years ago. Okay.
I've called like 3 people.
My name is Rebecca Schaefer. My husband and I are the owners of the property located at 886 South State Road 62 to a map located at the corner of Indiana State Road 62 and West County Road 900 South. The Idlewild project will heavily impact our family farm with the installation of a sea of unwanted industrial panels bordering 3 sides of our property. I have many comments on how this project will negatively impact my farm, but instead, due to the limited time, it is imperative I draw questions to the validity of the data presented in this application. It doesn't take an expert to determine that the Idlewild project application contains an overwhelming amount of incorrect, misleading, and missing data. I am going to focus on the errors that specifically pertain to my property. I have supplied you all with a packet in the order of the facts I am about to discuss. To begin, if you could turn to the first attachment, I would like to point out how our property is misrepresented on Exhibit F, Idlewild Solar Landscaping Plan in Set 2A. In Figure 1, shown is our property enlarged and circled in red. This landscaping plan shows our property covered with solar panels, even though we will not be participating in this project. On Attachment 2 is Exhibit I, Idlewild Simulations Figure 1. You will find our property, once again, is covered in solar panels. In the application, Exhibit K, Idlewild Sound Modeling Memo, it states 143 invert skids will be used for this project. However, the site plan submitted has a total of 144 inverter skids depicted. On Attachment 3, the missing inverter can be seen absent from behind our property. On Figure 1, Model Project Overall Sound Levels West, page 4 of the Exhibit K. Finally, I would like to bring your attention to Attachment 4, Exhibit J, Idlewild Solar Impact Study, pages 8 through 13. Our property is not listed on the adjoining property list. Therefore, our 38.06 acres is not accounted for in the stated 5,415.877 acres of adjoining parcels to the project. Shockingly, all these errors involve just one property. Now, this fact raises a multitude of questions about the validity of the data Orion has provided in this Idlewild application. Questions such as what other data in the application is incomplete, missing, or misleading, how many other properties are misrepresented throughout the application, and in what ways? How many other adjoining parcels are missing and acres unaccounted for? Comparing Orion's surrounding use data and the adjoining property list data with Jefferson and Clark County GIS databases to provide you the answers to a few of these questions. There are 16 parcels, including my own, that are missing from the adjoining property list in this application. Applications Exhibit J. And therefore, there are at least 309.166 acres that are unaccounted for. However, due to the numerous incorrect GIS data acres presented on this report, the total adjoining acres missing totals 371.308. In addition to the incorrect GIS data acres, this report also contains a massive amount of other incorrect data, such as incorrect map IDs and owners. On Attachment 5, highlighted, is all the corrected data. Taking a closer look at the application's adjoining property list reveals it lacks providing any useful percentage data on how the adjoining parcel will be impacted by this project. Missing is the vital statistic on how the project impacts the surrounding of each adjoining parcel. This percentage would provide information to be considered for determining if the special exemption could be injurious to the use of and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity and provide information on the extent it will affect non-participating residents in this community. I have also provided you examples of these percentages on the last column of the comparison document. These percentages were configured by using the Jefferson County GIS website to measure the perimeter of each parcel, and then measuring where the solar arrays would be impacting the perimeter as portrayed on the site plan provided by Orion. I have provided visual examples of this process in your packet on Attachment 6. Notice I did not say I measured where the project line affects the parcel, but as you can imagine, those numbers would be much larger. However, I was determined to present data that offers a realistic look at the ramifications this project will have on several non-participating resident homes. These percentages help bring a new perspective to this project and how it will greatly impact dozens of non-participating residents with homes by surrounding them with solar arrays. Even though this percentage is more helpful than any one Orion provided, it still lacks the ability to grasp the overall impact these solar arrays will have on these properties.
due to its inability to convey the surrounding landscape. Many homes, regardless of planted buffers, could still have hundreds of visible solar arrays for up to 15 to 20 years, or possibly even longer. Orion will try to dismiss these errors as unimportant, simple oversights. However, if this company is this sloppy, unprofessional, and negligible in the permit and site plan phases, how dependable and transparent will they be in the development and construction and following phases? It does not require an expert to understand the information I presented to you today. It is undisputable that Orion submitted a multi-million-dollar project application that contains data that is incorrect, misleading, and or missing. It draws question to the validity of all the data provided by Orion for this project, therefore making it impossible to determine the Idlewild application meets the criteria for a special exemption, and Orion's request must be denied. Thank you.
Jeff Wagner, Corey Thomas, and then we'll go with Mike Staley.
Jeff Wagner, Madison, Indiana. I've only lived here 10 years, and I love it. But it's uncomfortable seeing this much tension between neighbors. There's a solution, a median, that takes Orion out of the picture, and it's energy class solar. It's no different than a window pane, but does exactly the same as a solar panel. And it's completely recyclable at the end of its life. With those, you can build greenhouse farms. So this could be a source of income year round. Keep our farmers working and keep our solar, the solar coming in. It's a new way for us to get energy, keep growing, build an income year round. It's already been approved by the DOD. It has a 33% tax credit. They can be used in your homes, as greenhouse farms, or anything that has a window. So, but solar panels are dirty. This is a different solution. I offer you to check it out, do a little research. It's energy class solar. Comes out Florida, completely unique to me. Nervous, thank you.
Then I'll call Amber Walls.
Mike, if I go over time, you stand up, let me know right away, okay? I don't wanna hold you guys up anymore. First off, my name's Corey Thomas. I live at 3998 West Ruby Hill Road. I wanna thank the board for having us here tonight, all of Jefferson County. But that brings up a good point. We have to remember as elected officials, I am also the Saluda Township trustee. So as elected officials or as appointed officials, as the Saluda Township trustee, I was able to go to the Indiana Convention for all of township government, just actually about a week before the last meeting. One of the things that we talked about up there was solar and fire and a lot of things. But I asked a lot of the folks that were up there, very well-educated township officials. Many of them come from well-off townships, tens of thousands of residents. I said, how do we, as elected officials or appointed officials, how do we best, what do we do when a situation like this represents itself? And the resounding result was, we have to remember that, for example, in Jefferson County, there's approximately 33,000 residents. I do not see 33,000 people here. And so when I break it down to the Saluda Township area, we have approximately 1,300 residents with about 900 registered voters. When I survey the room across here tonight, I do not see enough of my constituents for me to stand up here and say no solar. Now, I am by no means standing here and saying that this is a yes. I'm just bringing to light that, hey, we may only have a fraction of our constituents here that feel either so strongly for it or so strongly against it. And so those are things that we need to take into consideration. As a representative of the Hanover Fire Department, we also have no stance on solar, but we have, Orion made a statement at the last meeting that they are going to, or that they were going to donate money to the fire department to build a firehouse in the Saluda Township area. That process has begun. We have received $100,000 with the promise for more to follow as we develop our plans. Close. I think that's all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Amber Walls and Marcy Burton.
Hello. I don't know if it's such a good idea to say I was going to speak tonight. There's a lot of people out there. We live at 7644 South 500 West, Hanover, Indiana, since we are 25 years into a 30-year mortgage. We paid, when the kids were sick, we paid mortgage. When we bought cars, we paid our mortgage. When we switched jobs, we paid our mortgage. And we're really looking forward to it being paid off. And really looking even more forward to appreciating the value. And it seems like the people that are not for the solo are worried about their homes appreciating each other in that bunch. And the other people are happy because they're getting money. I don't know, my dad used to say, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. I would like to say one more thing. And I'm surprised I haven't heard anybody talk about this, but has anybody ever heard of ground current or straight current? I was on the internet just kind of searching stuff. I wasn't searching that. I was just searching anything that had to do with solar. And this person came up. His name is Dave Stetzer. He's a good-looking guy. He's got the same hairdo I do. And he's a electrician, engineering, electrical engineering person, and so he knows all about that kind of stuff. He was talking about, and I'm all scattered with this because I've been sitting there for quite a while. But anyway, they know that solar panels put in, it's like 20 kilohertz, and they have filters that will take that out. So it won't put that into the ground. The problem is that the people that make the inverters don't want to use this filter because they are expensive. So what Dave said, I'm on a deal that he was working on, which was actually not solar, it was air. He asked the company that they would go ahead and sign anything, but that they would have to use those filters because they didn't want that much ground current into the ground. And that company withdrew their application. So I would say you guys might ask Orion if they're willing to use those filters, and they might withdraw their application. Which means the ground current is kind of a big deal. One story that this gentleman has, and then I'll get off here because we're short on time. He got called because this dairy farmer, his milk production was down. So ground current affects milk production. And it's an easy way to check ground current because the more ground current there are, the less milk that comes out. Now, my first thought is if this ground current affects which solar creates, affects a cow, I'm not nearly as big as a cow. I can just imagine how it's going to affect me. But it also affects egg production. And the other thing, let's see. Oh, he said there are 3 different rules that are already legislated and already in. One is Rule 92D, which ground connection point shall be so arranged that under normal circumstances, there will be no objective flow of current over the ground connector. So basically what that's saying is that you're not allowed to have, if you're walking on the ground, you're not allowed to feel it. The other one is 215B, and it says you can't use the earth as a wire because current does go through the earth, so you can't use that. And then the last one is the International engineer, electronic, anyway. And it basically was what I was talking about those filters, and you can come up with things that make it more safe to use. So I would strongly, you guys, this guy is awesome. His name is Dave Stetzer, Stetzer. You should look him up. He's very neutral. He's just like A plus B equals C. I don't think the rules, that's just the way it is. He can be reached at dave@stetzerelectric.com. And like I say, I would just watch one of the videos. They're all awesome. He's very, very intelligent, very neutral. I hope that whatever decision that the council and everybody makes, I hope it's the correct one. And I'd just like to say, I think it's great that we live in a country that we can all stand and nobody is rushing me or ready to kill me because I have an opinion that they may not like. And I think it's great that we live in a country like that. We're very lucky for that. And I think that's all I got to say. So we'll turn it over to the next guy.
Amber Walls, Marcy Burton, Becky Deardorff, and Eric Schnatter.
Hi, my name is Marcy Burton, and I've been asked to read this letter from Matt Schaefer, Jasper County, Indiana.
Give your address too.
Yes, mine,
Yeah.
8416 North State Road 55, Goodman, Indiana. Hello, my name is Matt Schaefer. I'm a farmer and landowner from Jasper County, Indiana, and I'm writing this letter in support of Orion Renewables Idlewide Solar Project. Our first experience with Orion goes back to 2016 when they were in the early stages of developing the Dunn's Bridge Solar Project in our area. Along with our neighbors, we had many questions and concerns about the project. Justin Wolf, our primary contact at Orion for negotiations and for answers to our questions. We found Justin to be very honest and trustworthy. Our experience overall was very positive, and we are glad we chose to join many of our neighbors in this solar project. Dunn's Bridge Solar has been constructed in 2 phases. The first phase was completed a couple years ago, and phase 2 should be finished in the next few months. I must admit, during construction, things seemed quite hectic with hundreds of workers and equipment on our normally quiet county roads. And now that it's winding down, everything seems back to normal. Yes, for many, the view has changed, but the solar farm is clean and quiet. We have not noticed any detrimental effects on our local wildlife population as some suggested would happen. Jasper County is in the flight path of over 30,000 sandhill cranes as they migrate to warmer climates for the winter. The Indiana DNR recently reported a record number of cranes were counted during last fall's migration. The solar project appears to have had no negative impact on these birds. With the increase of cover crops, we've seen an increase in small birds such as quail, teal, and we've also seen pheasant, which we have not seen in probably 10 years. Along with being a farmer and landowner, I am also a member of the Jasper County BZA, so I know how difficult these decisions can be. I wasn't on the BZA years ago when Orion was first seeking approvals, but I have been involved in many since that time where public opinion was not always favorable. CAFOs, wind, and solar are hot topics with many good people on both sides of the issue. As members of the BZA, all we can do is try to balance landowner rights and community benefits while keeping in mind what's required by the county unified development ordinances. If you do decide to grant approval, I strongly suggest that Jefferson County officials at all levels work closely with the developer to achieve the best outcome for everyone involved. Thank you for your time this evening. Matt Schaefer.
My name is Becky Gerber. My address is 13951 North, 500 East, St. Pierre, Indiana. My husband and I were contacted in 2015 for the possibility in the future of a solar project. After considering being close to retirement, which we have not done, that our children all have their own careers, we had one parent in assisted living and saw the cost for all that solar would get us a steady income while still owning our own land, which is sandy ground, not prime farmland. With the closing of our local coal plant, the county was to lose 30% assessed valuation, the local schools 30% assessed valuation, and the township 60 to 80% of our assessed valuation. The addition of our solar project brought more assessed valuation for the personal property taxes than we lost. This is a win-win for county, school, and the township. In addition to that assessed value, the land valuation increased with a bill signed from Governor Holcomb. In the top third of the state, ag land for 2024, paid 2025, is $2,200 per acre. Ag land with solar is $13,000. That's an additional increase of $10,800 per acre. Our project is about 5,000 acres or another 54 million assessed value, another win for the county, the schools, and the townships. With the additional income from solar, the landowner also pays additional local income tax on their Indiana income tax return. I looked yours up, I think it's about 1%. We pay 2.864%. So again, the increase in incomes brings another win for the county and schools and townships to supply additional needed services. While I was a tenant in phase 1, we are a landowner and tenant in phase 2. Phase 2 started in about March of 23, and we're just about ready to produce the electricity. Phase 2 brought in, it was over 2 different counties, Jefferson and Stark. Each county had 215 employees. These were regular employees, union employees, whoever was working on the project. And they were going to have steady work for a year to a year and a half. They had outside firms come in to do boring, surveys, and a number of things. I can't remember all the names of what they did. We also had trucking companies for hauling fill and stone. These were local companies. All the employees, not all the employees, but a lot of employees stopped. We could see them at the gas stations, restaurants, and etc. And they were all considerate of when the trucks 100 semis passed our house every day. We continued to farm. We took turns getting to the edge of the road to let somebody pass by. We thought it was very important when they started phase 2 in late 2022, they planted cover crops on all the parcels that were going to have solar panels, and they planted rye on all the parcels and remaining areas of parcels that had the cover crops. So they used part of the field for solar, put on cover crops. The other fields they were going to maybe drive over or had to put underground cables. They planted rye there. And in the phase 1 had the landscaping ordinance outside. We're not quite done and ready for this, but they had the landscaping ordinance outside of the fence, and then it was evergreens and hardwood trees. And then if there was more area between that and the road, they planted native grasses and pollinators.
And I know my husband planted 50 acres of that, just little strips here and there, came to 50 acres. And I believe Matt Schaefer probably had another 50 acres. Thank you for your time. I don't know if I said that O'Brien, it was O'Brien, and they are like down home people. And if we had a question, they answered us. They came out to the farm, stood in the shed and talked to us. If we had a concern, it was taken care of. We have not had any issues with Orion and our project. So thank you.
Eric Schnatter, Richard Fellows, Jay Austin.
Eric Snyder, 3600 Miles Road, in Nav, Indiana. Anyway, I'm from Jeffersonville. I moved about 28 years ago up here. Bought me around 80 acres of mountain land on the river, not crop fields. But anyways, I watched Jeffersonville grow. I lived basically 200 yards from Myers. I could shoot my shotgun, even though I was a city boy. Well, they annexed me. As you've been down there now, there is no farmland left. The sloshers, the Ellingsworth, you'll see the Ellingsworth Road, Ellingsworth Farms, which is a subdivision. It's gone. You know, no farmland. What's left? So anyway, I moved 37 miles, commuted back and forth 2 days a month, worked on the fire department until a few years ago. Then I moved up here, I ran into my farmer friends and landowners, and now I sit there and watch them. And I watch the farmers, they succeeded, and they still do great. Then I've got some other farmer friends, they're not doing too good. You know, health, whatever the reason is, injuries, and also some of the farmers' kids don't know why decided to be teachers, you know, postmen, whatever, they don't want to farm. Now, also what I've seen is right on my own road, hundreds of acres being sold. Oh, I got 100 acres. You want 5 acres? You want 5 acres? Next thing you know, it's 5 acre lots. It'll never be farmed again, subsidized. And I'm like, okay, now, do I want to see it keep going? No. Do I want to see farmland gone? Do I think my neighbor over here, my friend, my fellow farmer that can't farm no more, wants to lease his grand out for 30 years? Then all of a sudden, here comes this Thanksgiving. Grandpa to the grandson, he said, I'd like to be a farmer like you one day. Well, you know what? In 30 years, well, not 30 years, but depending on how old he is, 10 years now, you get your chance. And it can happen. That is a chance. Solar fields is a chance to keep the land in the legacy as a whole. And as far as wildlife go, I think it's going to be a hiding place and a sanctuary for them. Thank you very much.
Don Moore.
Y'all remember me from the last meeting, I suppose. My name's Richard Fellows. I have a family that's got several hundred acres down in Clark County, right next to where you're proposing to have this. And truly, what we look at there was very important to us as we paid for a farm for many years. But I want to introduce you to the gentleman that y'all were looking for last meeting. Mr. Jay Austin was the one that y'all decided you wouldn't listen to. So here he is, Mr. Jay Austin.
That was quite an introduction there. I just want to apologize for screwing up your all's last meeting. I was unaware of the meeting till the day before, so I apologize for that. I live at 4624 Marlville Road. It's directly across the road from Mr. Parker's property that's proposed to have solar panels on it. I bought that property 25 years ago because of where it was located and in agricultural land, farmland, country land. And I'm just terrified, scared to death of what it's gonna do to my property values. And everything that I've worked the last 25 years to do. I'm just scared to death of it. I'm also concerned about some of the undue nuisance that may come with the construction process, and I'm concerned about a lot of the agricultural things. That's about all I really got to say. So, thank you.
So we're gonna have John Moore, then I'm gonna call Lauren White, and then I will call Zane Love.
I'm Don Moore from Shelbyville, Indiana. I bought 38 acres of woods back in 2003 as a place for my kids and grandkids, future, they had a place to hunt and enjoy the country life. I missed the first meeting because I received a letter, but it just showed parcel numbers. I didn't know my numbers, the neighboring numbers, so I didn't realize until someone contacted me. I got a picture of where all the solar panels were going to be, and it surrounds my whole property. So, with the solar panels going up all around me, 7-foot fences, and basically no food, no water for the deer and wildlife, it'll be gone. So my property is going to be useless, basically. Also, the housing values all around there will go down because people don't want to look at solar panels for 30 years, I don't believe. And another concern of mine would be, should be a concern for a lot of people, is what's the hazardous waste cost going to be in 30 years? I know they said there would be a bond for the disposal of the panels, but in 30 years, that could be way out of line. Just basically, we let you know I am not for this, and hope that you listen to the people.
Lauren White, Zane Love, and Zach Silverstein or Silverstone.
Is this on? You can let the citizens go first, that's totally fine with me.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't on it.
It's okay.
You're up, son.
Hello, Zane Love, 206 Long Avenue, New Albany, Indiana. As I said, my name is Zane Love. I was born and raised here in Madison. I'm here today not only to ask for your approval of the Orion project, but also to thank you for the invaluable time and effort you dedicate to serving our community and board members. The Orion project stands to bring real benefits to Jefferson County: economic growth, lower taxes, and reliable energy. By investing in solar energy, we can provide stable, renewable power source that supports the long-term needs of our community. This project is a clear opportunity to reduce costs, generate revenue, and diversify our energy portfolio in a way that benefits everyone. While there is some vocal opposition, the truth is that the vast majority of residents in Jefferson County either support this project or are indifferent. What we're seeing tonight is a small but vocal group trying to present their views as representative of the entire county. But you, as elected leaders, are tasked with making decisions that serve the best interests of us all. True leadership often comes under pressure. Tonight, we've witnessed strong emotions on both sides. It's important to remember that in our democracy, everyone has the right to voice their concerns. However, the facts are clear. The Orion project will preserve property rights, support sustainable energy, and strengthen our community economically. These are things that will help move Jefferson County forward. I know there are strong emotions at play, but if you look past the unsupported claims and fear-based arguments, you will see that this project will provide lasting positive change. It's a step towards a brighter future for our county, one that embraces growth, sustainability, and economic stability. Thank you again for your leadership and for considering the long-term benefits of this project. I urge you to vote yes for the Orion project, not just for clean energy, but for the future prosperity of Jefferson County. Thank you.
Zach Silverstein, Andrew Blayden, and Regina Seneth-Vall.
Hello, everybody. A little anxious speaking in front of everybody, but my name is Zach Silverstein, 9603 Lena Valley Road, Marysville, just right 10 minutes from the proposed solar facility. Me and my family moved here about 2 years ago, and shortly after started hearing the local chatter regarding industrial solar development. So I started to worry how it could impact our community and the landscape I raised my children. To me, there are several concerning pressing concerns regarding industrial solar needing to be addressed. And with my prior work experience in residential solar sales and as a consultant in China, I believe I can give perspective and insight that might be vital. These concerns can include long-term potential environmental impact of wildlife displacement, and also including fire and runoff problems, especially when you consider the sourcing of these raw materials and components. As someone who lived and worked in mainland China for 3 months in 2014, I worked directly with a manufacturer based out of Hong Kong as a consultant, aiding in sales and product development for 6 years. The pollution and environmental impact are as bad as they say. And this is where the majority of these components and panels are sourced. How green is that? Here's where we start to discuss made in America and how disingenuous it is, considering the majority of the parts are made overseas and only assembled here. Then briefly, let's mention the battery storage. The people on this project that are landowners say, oh, it's not going to happen, but it's already taking place in Nav. And somebody's also discussing it here in Madison already, where they're putting in these battery facilities, where the lithium is required. For this, we have to look at the solar companies, how solar companies operate, and to understand why. These companies are so eager to lease, chasing government subsidies and tax breaks, similar to the ones that have made Elon Musk and Tesla so wealthy. In this case, though, the industrial solar company will lease the land and own the system so they can get the subsidies and tax credits. I've personally seen this firsthand when I worked for the residential solar. We were always encouraged for the lease option for the homeowners because the solar company benefited more from the leases. So personally, with my work experience in China and solar sales, I tell you these systems are being installed heavily inflated throughout the supply chain to increase the cost and claim more federal subsidies and tax credits. Another major concern is neighboring land value depreciation. As a wildlife sportsman and wilderness guide in Wyoming for 2 years, wildlife displacement and impact is obvious on multiple properties within this proposed project. Specifically, the property of Don Moore that just spoke. I called him October 29th and told him that this was going on. His property will obviously be affected negatively through wildlife movement. And as a property that he bought for recreational purposes, greatly diminish his value in his property. Also, the construction-related nuisance by noise and traffic will have a huge impact when you consider the projects only having 100-foot setback from homes. Please consider retired individuals who have to go through years of solar construction and watch their values depreciate. And honestly, anyone telling you otherwise has a biased relationship with the solar company, specifically Strickland Appraisals, who is listed on this application, is like an ambulance chaser, following projects around, collecting money for doctored information. And honestly, when you research the majority of information, it is published in support of solar and is in considering rural areas with residential properties in such close proximity to industrial solar. All of these concerns require transparent community discussion to ensure corporate industrial solar development won't negatively impact rural Clark and Jefferson County residents and the benefit of the already well-off folks with large land holdings. Thank you all for your time, and if you have any questions, I definitely would be open to answer anything about my experience. Thank you all.
Andrew Lannon, Regina Sudeth Ball, and I apologize if I say this wrong, but Larry Whittam. None of those people are here. I'm going to call the next one, Regina Johan. She was the last one, and then it's the
She couldn't stay, she had to leave, but this is to be presented to the board on her behalf.
Whose behalf? Who was that, ma'am?
Whose behalf? Regina?
She had to leave.
Okay.
She had to do it after, so she, I think she was gonna speak, I'd like to know.
Okay, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, if none of those people are here, I'm going to go ahead and call Warren White and Denise Spooner. That's the reason.
All right. This group here has 20 people. They were part of the 40. They have 46.
They have 40, they're speaking for 46.
They're speaking for 46 people, and we have their signatures. And those 46 have conceded their time to these individuals over here. So this will be the end of the public comment. But the 46 people has conceded their time to them. So just so everybody understands what's going on.
There's one more speaker after the legal, but it goes, she's someone who can give her time, but she's saying something in regards to that.
Ready?
Please give your name.
My name is Denise Stewart. I'm a licensed real estate broker in Indiana. My address is 3531 West, 900 North, Alexandria, from Madison County. I'm here as an expert witness today at the request of Lorraine White. I am a member also of Purple for Parents, a renewables consultant.
I've served for a year on the Madison County Board of Zoning Appeals. I'm currently serving since September 2021 in the Madison County Planning Commission as appointed by the county extension. I've served and currently serving on all subcommittees for the purpose of drafting renewable ordinances. For clarification, I am not an attorney, so nothing I say is to be considered legal advice. There's plenty of attorneys here that you can ask. However, I've spoken to a lot of them since 2019 regarding renewable energy ordinances, public utility laws, and more. And I will quote attorneys in my presentation, and I will provide in writing what they have said. I am not an appraiser. This does not mean, though, that I do not. This means that I do not hold a license to perform an appraisal. It does not mean that I haven't received real estate education about appraisals over my 20-year career. It does not mean that I cannot give an opinion about an appraisal. I'm also stating by affidavit that I am telling you the truth, to the best of my ability, under penalty of perjury. You are a quasi-judicial board, and you can ask that of any person here to swear in. The topics of solar discussions that I have talked about in the past nearly 6 years of my education are property values, agricultural concerns and impacts, health, welfare, and safety, decommissioning, overall financial impacts, public utility laws, and Madison County's lawsuit and how the results could impact the entire state, and current state and nationwide education on renewables and future energy. Overwhelmed? Well, I am too, and I'm sorry that you have a voluminous Bible in front of you of renewable energy. But I've studied this subject since 2019, and it's very hard to put 5 years of education in a 1-hour presentation, but I'll do my best to simply to simplify and condense this information. Feel free to interrupt me at any time and ask me questions. Having some critical thinking skills and doing your own research is essential. You can drive to some solar plants and take a look at them. You can also ask a lot of planning directors questions who live nearby. We live in a world of fact-checking, myths, conspiracy theories, and new words like misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Is it really too hard to determine truth from lies? And many times we can just go straight to the horse's mouth. So let's talk about property rights. The Fifth Amendment to our nation's Constitution protects the right to property in 2 ways. First, it states that a person may not be deprived of property by the government without due process of law or fair procedures. In addition, it sets limits on the traditional practice of eminent domain, such as when the government takes private property to build a public road. Under the Fifth Amendment, such takings must be for a public use and require just compensation at market value for the property seized. This is the Indiana Citizens Planner Guide. I'm certain that you guys are familiar with this. You were usually told to study this when you get into the planning type board. Chapter 3, avoiding, It says takings can generally be defined as seizure of private property, substantial deprivation of the right to its free use or enjoyment as a result of government action for which the property owner must be compensated. In some cases, actions of a plan commission or BZA that have good intentions can be taken to court and determined to be takings causing numerous problems. There, according to the University of Pittsburgh, property rights and an overview of property rights in law, there's 3 types: the right to use and enjoyment, right of exclusion, and right of transfer. In the United States, the rights of property are owned. The ability to delineate these rights and the ability of owners to transfer some or all of these rights are voluntary and is a necessary condition for property valuation. We have the right of use and enjoyment. This right is generally interpreted to mean that the owner may determine how their property will be used, or if it is to be used at all. The impairment often places a restriction on the right of use without some economic compensation. This is illustrated in the potential restriction that may be placed on the use of real estate due to a physical impairment and can thus limit the property to some less than its highest and best use. For example, dust from an adjacent cement plant, noise from an industrial compressor station, pollution from a nearby factory could restrict the use and enjoyment of impaired property without compensation. We have the right to exclusion, which is often called the right of exclusive use or right of exclusive enjoyment. It provides that those who have no claim on property should not gain economic benefit from the enjoyment of the property. So in other words, the right of use is exclusive to the property owners. And any violation of that right of exclusive use typically carries either payment of compensation to the rightful owner or assessment of penalty. Physical impairment such as odors, flies, noise, dust, and effect is a trespass on property rights and violates the right of exclusion. And then we have the right of transfer, and this provides the owner with the ability to swap one resource for another. Owners have the right to transfer ownership of property by selling it, giving it to someone, or transferring it to an heir. An impairment of property value restricts the rights of transfer and may destroy the right of transfer altogether. So, this next part is quotes from a lease that I have in possession of, it's not the Idlewild lease, but solar leases I've gathered from Indiana. Section 201, owner hereby grants and conveys to grantee the following additional easements over, upon, across, and under the property and all of the property that is adjacent to, relatively nearby the property, and that is owned or controlled by the owner. They have a right of interference and an exclusive easement for electromagnetic, audio, visual, view, light, noise, vibration, electrical, radio interference, and other effects attributed to solar generating equipment, the property, or any site activities. Under Section 7, indemnity and liability, in no event shall the grantee or its related persons be liable to the owner for property damage or personal injuries to the owner or its related persons attributable to the risks of known or unknown dangers associated with normal day-to-day operation of electrical generating facilities, such as noise, electromagnetic fields, glare, or any runoff or altered drainage patterns resulting from the grantee's grading of the property. And then here's Section 1013. Owner acknowledges that certain aspects inherent to the operation of the solar energy facilities may result in some nuisance, such as visual impacts, possible increased noise, possible glare, other possible effects of electrical generation and transmission, including without limitation, potential interference with radio, television, telephone, mobile telephone, or other electronic devices. Without limiting the grant of easements made in Section 2 of this agreement, owner understands and has been informed by grantee that the project facilities on the property may result in some nuisance, hereby accepts the nuisance and waives the right to object to the nuisance, provided that the grantee complies with its obligations in the agreement. How many times did this solar developer just call their own project a nuisance? These sections have been taken directly from Indiana solar leases in my possession. My question to the attorneys in the room: do any of these items violate the 3 categories of property rights? So what about view shed? Are homeowners entitled to a view? When a buyer purchases a property, they check the zoning of that property and the surrounding properties. If it is zoned agriculture, a buyer anticipates having an agricultural view and experiencing those activities. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has defined agriculture as everything from farm to table. This includes the production, processing, distribution, and sale of food, feed, and fiber. It is the science or practice of farming, including cultivation of the soil for growing crops and rearing of animals to provide food, wool, and other products. A buyer who moves to a rural community expects to see farms, ranches, crop fields, livestock, tractors, pastures, and natural landscape. I would also say that they need to be used to the livestock smells and the flies, and that's part of it. Industrial solar power plants are not part of agricultural, despite calling them farms. A buyer that sees industrial or commercial next door will anticipate shopping, retail, business, warehouse, factories. It's all about zoning, or planning commissions following their comprehensive plans. I'm going to talk here about coming to the nuisance. This is a legal term that was described to Madison County in 2019. It describes a situation where someone cannot complain about a nuisance, like noise, odors, or other disturbances, if they were aware of that nuisance before they moved into the area or bought the property. Imagine you move into a neighborhood where a factory has been operating for years, making loud noises and emitting smells. If you knew about these issues before you decided to live there, you might not have the right to complain about them later. This principle is based on the idea that you accepted the conditions of the area when you chose to live there. However, homeowners have lived there first and have the right to object to new development that poses nuisance. And I just read you a solar lease. And certainly, those buyers who move to rural communities understand that they will be dealing with agricultural activity, farm range, livestock, and so forth. So more on view shed, it's always been about location, and real estate. Large-scale solar plants predominantly impact is to the view shed. Real estate appraisers recognize that view affects property value. According to the appraisal of real estate, physical characteristics of a parcel of land that an appraiser must consider are size, slope, frontage, topography, location, and view. A view is normally considered a scene or outlook from a property. For over 25 years, real estate professionals and researchers have studied viewshed and coined this phrase, location, 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 as the number one reason of what motivates a buyer. Studies that show homes that are lakefront, beachfront, oceanfront, golf course, rivers, streams, ports, farms, trailways, and greenways, and urban parks sell for more money. Clearly, view amenities are valuable, and different types of good and amazing views have significantly different quantitative effects on property values. So, gaslighting and insult intelligence, I mean, without the layout and design of large-scale solar plants, they sprout throughout the countryside and they involve homeowners and farms. Homeowners are being forced to live inside an industrial power plant. Envision this: no matter what window you look out or what door you exit, for view a 6-foot chain link with barbed wire and 15 to 20-foot solar panels. And it may take a few miles of driving before you escape and exit that solar plant. Knowing how viewshed has always impacted property values, this is the worst kind of gaslighting and insult to intelligence when one realizes the massive size and in-depth scope of design and magnitude of these power plants. This is what the screen looks like in a broker-listed cooperative when you put in property for sale. There's a drop-down box where it asks for view, and I have these selections that I can pick if I want to put a listing in there. And again, golf course, lake, neighborhood, park, green belt, pasture, city, creek and stream, downtown, forest, garden, skyline, rural, trees, woods, valley, or water. Appraisers take into consideration and add view for values. Appraiser Mary Clay has said, quote, since views from a residential property often carry a large premium, changes to a desirable view may be perceived by the market as having a negative impact on value. And when a desirable view is blocked, the question of damages is often a question of a butter's rights. A property owner's rights to air, light, view, visibility, and access. And this concept is particularly significant in areas where the market is largely driven by the scenic landscape, such as like in bluegrass in Kentucky or any historic district. Among the arguments currently espoused by the solar industry to minimize the significance of the viewshed is that no one is entitled to a view. Well, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac would disagree with that, as one of the two largest purchasers of mortgages in the secondary market, along with Freddie Mac. The view is considered to be one of the property characteristics that their appraisers are required to consider, as indicated on the following FMA residential application adjustment grid. Here it is, circled with view. In your Indiana Citizens Planner Guide on Chapter 8 zoning ordinances, it talks about the agricultural districts, and the purpose of an agricultural district is to provide for and preserve viable agricultural land. And in the past, many communities have struggled with what uses to permit within the agricultural district. It also says non-agricultural or maintenance structures should be kept to a minimum. This also reduces the need for potentially expensive public utility extensions to these often outlying projects or properties. Interesting how many public utility extensions are not being placed in the rural areas. Continual farmland preservation, it also said it's not just about food supply, it's about rural landscapes and lifestyle. This is a quote that was published in the Rhode Island University on property values. Solar installations require over 10 times more land area than non-renewable sources to generate the same amount of energy, and requiring those land tracts for their use has become the largest land use change in the United States. So the key words here: land use change. Indiana Citizens Planner Guide, Chapter 8 on zoning ordinances. There's a court case there, 1954 Supreme Court decision, Berman versus Parker. I would highly advise you to read through this because we have been given the power to make aesthetic ordinances based upon aesthetics, and keeping the rural character of the communities is part of that. And according to Daniel Miller in his book Land Use, a clear majority of courts hold that the aesthetics alone is a legitimate governmental purpose in land use regulation. According to solar developers and appraisers that work for them, viewshed shouldn't matter, and homeowners are not entitled to a view, but I think the Supreme Court thinks that aesthetics are very important. This is an incompatible land use, and this is a quote from Attorney Hall, who represented citizens in Madison County in 2019. And this is so important, and it's guided me for my entire career, sitting on the planning and BZA. I quote this often: zoning ordinances are enacted for the health, safety, and welfare of all residents, protecting property rights in both directions. The right to enjoy your land, but also the right of your neighbor to enjoy his or her land. Ordinances are intended to promote a safe, healthy, viable framework for development, and compatible land uses that work in harmony with each other to promote developmental goals, they increase the value of their community. And there's a reason why certain uses are designated permitted uses and certain are designated special. Special uses or exceptions are so designated because they have characteristics that are or may be incompatible with the zoning district and require special scrutiny in design, siting, and developmental effects. And they may require restrictions to mitigate the incompatibility. Special uses whose incompatibility due to design, siting, or other relevant factors that cannot be mitigated by additional requirements or restrictions should not be approved. So this is a farm, and that's a power plant. This is the energy sprawl study. It was performed, I'm trying to remember the date for this one, but it's, 2016. And it talked about that energy is the largest driver of land use change in the United States. And it's predicted to rise 27% by 2040. The pace of development in the United States is more than double the historical rate of urban residential development, which has been the greatest driver of conversion in the United States since 1970. And the projections for the future land use change from residential development on agriculture. And, as BZA members, I hope that you understand these words called land use change. So how did we get here and what's the history lesson? My education began in 2019 when I stood up for property rights against Lone Oak Solar. It was 120 megawatt on 1,890 acres of farmland in Madison County. At that time, North Carolina was the second in the U.S. for solar development because the state paid tax incentives and the solar industry flocked there to begin building. In 2019, appraiser Michael Maru, Tom Resnick, and a Texas University study were all the real estate studies that we could find in our county. And these studies are mentioned in Richard Kirkland and Mary Clay's reviews. While doing my research in 2019, I noticed that the sizes and the locations of these large-scale solar plants were very, very different than what was being built in my county. In 2019, the majority of solar plants in North Carolina were small scale, and I couldn't find anyone, and that was larger than 71 megawatts. Even looking online, you can see photos that did not look like what was being built in my county or across the Midwest. Tell me, where are all the houses? These are two projects in North Carolina. This is the layout of the Ottawa solar plant, and it sprawls through the countryside. How many homes are going to be impacted in that? And how many homes are adjacent, or on 2 or 3 sides, or 4 sides? How many homes are within 1 mile? The total number of homes engulfed by or within 1 mile of Iowa-wide solar plant is 723 houses. This number does not include homes in Clark County since they use a different system in the GIS. This source was provided by a resident. This is the Lone Oak Solar Project in my county. Everything in gray and orange is the project. We had 199 homes within 1 mile. The entire town of Dundee was surrounded. 7 homes are completely engulfed, 12 on 3 sides, and multiple others on 1 and 2. So the property value studies and appraisers, these are the pro solar appraisers that work for the industry. There's Cole Resnick, Joseph Maru, and Richard Kirkland. Those are the 3 that I've seen the most in Indiana, although I do know that there's another one in Texas. But here's the rest of your studies. Began in 2013 with an appraiser in North Carolina. We have the Texas University study. You know about GESH study, Madison County case study that we have in my county. University of Rhode Island, we have an appraiser in Pennsylvania, we have a Dutch study, and then Mary McClinton Clay has provided 4 or 5 there. There's Thomas Malone, he was at the annual meeting of American Real Estate Society. And then again in 2022, Mary Clay had a compilation of data performed for Madison County. 2023, we have a British study in economics at the University of Birmingham. These are the key findings in Texas University. This highlighted section of the study results show that while a majority of surveyor respondents estimated a value impact of 0, there's sometimes at 0, some estimated a negative impact associated with close distance between the home and the facility and the larger facility size. The last sentence, the averages suggest that the respondents estimate that greater proximity to utility scale solar installations is linked to a more negative property value impact, and that those impacts would be larger as the site of the solar installations increase. Kirkland does not include these quotes in his review. And then here's another interesting thing about the Texas University study in regards to the average housing density estimates. They follow the trend that fewer homes are going to be expected at increased facility sizes and decreasing distance from the facility. They also suggest that they are more likely to be located in areas where residents earn lower incomes. and the rapid expansion of utility scale solar suggests that the value impacts, whether positive, neutral, or negative, could disproportionately affect a homeowner with lower incomes. And in general, installation of a solar facility on land that was previously more appealing is applying to have a negative impact. In contrast, if it's on land that's unappealing, it's believed to have a positive property value impact. The largest solar farm in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, the Rhode Island University covered all 2 states. Largest one was 21 megawatts, and the largest in Massachusetts is 3 megawatts. Key findings at Rhode Island University, it covered, remember, all transactions in 2 states. There was 208 solar installations, 71,337 housing transactions within a mile, 347,921 transactions between 1 to 3 miles, and we have a negative 1.7 up to a negative 7% of diminution in value. And with respect to proximity, again, substantially larger negative impacts on homes located when it gets closer. The last sentence, these results suggest extremely large disamenities for properties in very close proximity. Kirkland does not include these quotes in his review. What to include here? Well, what's the trend or pattern, regardless or not of the home damage to property values? If you're poor, you may end up next to a solar plant. Some small scale solar plants don't seem to cause damage. The housing trends show that fewer homes are expected to be near them. And if you have close, especially close distances, why? Because no one wants to live near them. The bigger the solar plant and the closer you are, the more damage there'll be to your property. And there's a negative impact if you put it appealing on it. If it's an unappealing land, it has a positive impact. This is your public American Planning Association memo. This came out on September, October 2019. This is a very important document for any planning board because the American Planning Association provides planning departments across the U.S. This document is in your binder. And here's a quote from the American Planning Association. Solar facilities can be appropriately located in areas where they are difficult to detect. The prior use of land has been marginal, and there is no designated future use specified, not in growth areas, not on prime farmland, not in recreational or historical areas. A solar facility located by itself in a rural area, close to major transmission lines, not permanently visible from the public right of way or adjacent properties, and not located in growth areas or prime farmland, or near cultural, historic, or recreational sites may be an acceptable land use with beneficial impact on the community. I've asked why have planning departments not consulting the American Planning Association. Here's some important facts that you need to know in the rest of these real estate studies. Number 1, it is notable that, considering the proliferation of utility scale solar projects since 2020, no arms length sales from properties surrounded on 2 or 3 acre sites have been documented. This means no damage study has been performed on homes that are being impacted on more than 2 sites. There's so many homes being involved by solar, and there's not a damage study on those homes. And some of the studies that are not damage studies, but they're performed by the others, like that list that I gave you, assessors and statisticians. The results of these statistical studies are reported in terms of average diminution, generally within half mile to 3 miles. Numbers become diluted the further away that you get from the solar plant. And again, all of these studies do not document value diminution for specific properties in site, adjacent to, or joining these properties surrounded by electric generating facilities. Regardless of the source or type of the study, all of these independent studies, though, state that there is some, even if it's small, diminution to property values. While the studies promoted by the solar industry, they all declare there is no damage at all, and they explain away any small diminution, and they call it market imperfections. There's a direct quote from Clay: the evidence presented by these case studies of 100 megawatt or less indicates that solar plants damage property values by at least 6 to 30%. And all that list, 6 to 30%. And a property damage study performed by a qualified appraiser will reveal the truth. The market doesn't lie, the numbers do not lie. And most importantly, according to Mary McClinton Clay, when doing a proper damage study, following USPAC guidelines, that means universal standards for professional appraisal practices. When your calculations reach over 50%, you might as well stop figuring because the diminution of value is so egregious that the home may not even be marketable. Well, I just shared with you that we are already at 30% on much smaller megawatt solar plants that impact a home on one side, and there's no site-specific study that's ever been done on a home in Gulf on the other side. This is Mary McClinton Clay's resume. It's like 4.5 pages long. Everything in red right there are court cases. This woman is 74 years old. She began in 1976 becoming as a licensed appraiser. In the late 80s, she began doing damage studies. All of those court cases, every single one of them, she's never lost a single case in her career since she's been testifying over doing damage studies. Here's more court testimony. Here's a zoning support. All of those are, again, court cases. She's never lost a single case in her entire career as a appraiser. The other thing about Mary Clay, she survived a Dahlberg challenge. That means in the court of law that they have scrutinized her and made sure that she's an expert witness to know what she's talking about. In response to Kirkland's study, on behalf of Attorney Lorraine White, who is working for some homeowners in Jefferson County, she submitted a review of Kirkland's submission, and it is in your binders. Clay's response letter is 20 pages long. She has appendices that go from A to I, and she explains with great detail all about the appraisal process and how to perform a damage study that adheres to USPAP guidelines. And she states, quote, "The review considers the report, methodology, claims, and omissions. It is my professional opinion that Kirkland's report is fundamentally flawed, non-credible, is not consistent with the USPAP guidelines. The report should not be used for any decision-making purposes relating to the proposed auto-wide-scale solar system." In response to Kirkland's claims to discredit Clay in his report, she said, "Well, it's notable that the appraiser acknowledges this office in an attempt to discredit its involvement in the area of appraisal work. This office work or testimony has been presented to planning commissions in Clark and Hardy counties, Kentucky, Putnam County, Colorado, and Madison County, Indiana, as well as the Ohio Siting Board. In all 5 instances, the solar developers' applications were denied. And Mary Clay told me that Kirkland's claims against her are completely false." And I would also like to tell you that in Hardin County, Kentucky, her and Kirkland battled that one out. They also turned out that project she won. So you tell me which person is telling the truth on property values. Also, Mary Clay submitted a separate real estate damage study on transmission lines. The Idlewild transmission states that they're going to need 4 miles of transmission lines running through this project. Well, in her career, she's done a lot of studies, and so I wasn't surprised that she said, "Hey, I've pulled out, I've got a transmission study I'll submit." So now the battle in Indiana is really versus Mary Clay versus Richard Kirkland. So who are we going to believe? First, I'll be back up to 2019 and explain how Indiana involved in the battle of defending property values. I went through the Cone-Resnick study. Like I said, in 2019, this was the only thing that my county had. If you look at the plants there, they looked at 9 solar plants. Look at the number of acres involved and the megawatts. Really, there was a mistake on number 7 because the project had not expanded. So the largest project in that Cone-Resnick study was 160 acres and 23 megawatts. Let me go back. Look where they're located, near the city, in the town, near the suburb, near the city, all in the city. This is what's going on in Indiana, thousands of acres, hundreds and hundreds of megawatts, all located in a rural ag. I'm going to tell you none of the solar plants in the Cone-Resnick study affected homes on more than one side. The link is provided in binders. You can go online and look at this study, and you can take a look at the solar plants and look where are all the houses. Can you even find one that's affected on 2 sites? There's none. This is an apples to orange comparison when homes are being involved by a power plant. When your beautiful countryside view of rural Indiana is changed to an industrial prison like a city view, do you really believe that a buyer would choose to live in that and pay the appraised full price value prior to construction of the solar plant? Would you risk paying $200,000 on that purchase? It's unconscionable to approve these massive projects based upon such incompatible data. And I also want to say, is Cone-Resnick biased? According to Mary Clay, you have to send a non-disclosure statement if you want to even get their calculations. So how transparent is that? So a third party gave them to her, and it was in a review for public Colorado case, and that project was denied as well. They looked at Clay's reports, and she testified in person. So here's Mr. LaRue. He's an appraiser from Illinois. Mr. LaRue and I took each other on in Madison County. I received a call from the attorney that was helping the homeowners, so I went to review his report. Number 1, he stated that he talked to local realtors. He did not. Not one local real estate office had been called, because I called every single one of them, and I've been right here by this project. My office is within a few miles. He didn't call me. He admitted that he only spoke to one realtor in the southern part of the county, but they didn't want to give their name for permission. His matched pairs were incompatible, in my opinion. Modular homes were compared to stick-built. There were huge spans between the ages of the homes. Estates were used, and there was incorrect sales prices. He stated all sales were original transactions, they were not, one was a foreclosure. And he used 5 home sales that he said were near the project. They weren't near it, they were directly impacted on it or by it, and some were on 3 sides. He said these 5 home sales showed that the market didn't care about solar. I noticed that the closing dates of these homes happened before the announcement of the solar plant. So I went to all 5 homeowners and they all provided statements to me that they would never have purchased their homes had they known that it was going to be involved by a plant. 2 of the homeowners said they wished they could sue the realtors for not disclosing it to them. One homeowner also wanted to sue the seller because they found out the seller was privy to loan notes endeavors and purposely sold to get out of Dodge to avoid being surrounded by 2 sides. Ruru also mentioned the North Star solar plant in Minnesota, and he stated there was no injury to property values. I mentioned this because Michael Ruru's name is mentioned in Kirkland's appraisal report, so if you didn't know that, it's in there. So in Pulaski County, they have a big 4,500 acre project up there, 100 megawatts. And I was called, some homeowners were about a real estate broker, gathered data in Madison County and stood up for property rights. So they asked me to come, so I did. Greg Stevenson of Gasoline Real Estate also presented his data, and it's included in your binder. I had no clue that Michael Murray was the appraiser that they used, and he had no clue I was sitting in the audience hearing him repeat much of the data that I disagreed with. But at that time, I also had some new data from Mary Clay on the North Star project. So in 2019, it was supposed to be the largest in the state, and I spoke with Steve Putnam, who's the code enforcement officer of Chicago County. Solar generation plants of 1,500 megawatts or more are approved by the Public Utility Commission in Minnesota. Developer bought and owns the land and then bought out all the homes directly affected by the project. Kirkland mentions this in his binder, but I do not believe he tells you the whole story about this particular project in Minnesota. So eventually full support of the community was gained, and due to these reasons alone, North Star solar plants not comparable to what's happening in Midwest here. Because it's on private farmland and for single homeowners to live inside them. The Public Utility Commission requires with respect to approvals, it's much more extensive and mandated review. The reports are numerous, state agencies reporting on environmental health and air interference and other proper siting and safety standards. Prime farmland may not be used or severely limited for these kinds of developments. The land from the North Star project was not prime, it was brown lands. The local governing body adopted 500 setback and submitted into comments, and the landscaping for North project is much more extensive than what the developers planned. Steve Putnam quoted from the ordinance, he said natural wood fencing. They don't use chain link and barbed wire. 2 rows of staggered mature trees, berms, and that at no time should the solar array be visible or heard from any residential property. And he actually gasped when I told him he was getting chain link fence and barbed wire, and the homes were being surrounded. In Mary Clay's review of Michael Maru, when she took a look at what he'd submitted to Madison County, she went to North Star, Minnesota, and pulled the data on all those sales, and guess what? When the developers sold all those homes back on the market, there was a negative 22.62% loss in sales. And she said at the very bottom, in my professional opinion, that this report failed to adequately support its conclusion that there was no diminution in value of proximity to the solar facilities as cited. This was compounded by reporting errors, lack of sound analysis, and then additionally, he withheld critical information. It's fundamentally flawed and incomplete on all accounts. So the outcome of my time in Pulaski County, well, Pulaski County BZA approved in the name of solar, citizens filed an appeal, Mammoth Solar versus Earthridge. I was called to do a deposition in Syracuse, Indiana, and I endured 8 hours of deposition with 5 solar attorneys drilling me with questions over property values, and then everything under the moon, including vaccines, my lifestyle, and my health choices. It was insane. The county judge, though, decided in favor of Earthridge, and the case went to the Indiana Court of Appeals, and they won there too. And you know what? My name and fellow real estate appraiser Craig Stevenson's name appears in the Indiana Court of Appeals decision. Not Cone-Resnick, not Maru, not Kirkland. This is the decision word for word in the Indiana Court of Appeals, Mammoth versus Earthridge. And it says, Indiana Court of Appeals affirmed administrator standing to challenge the BZA's decision because their evidence that they would suffer a pecuniary loss was sufficient to show that they were aggrieved. The evidence included the following: Pulaski County Real Estate Agent Stevenson submitted to the BZA a written report, where Stevenson concluded that the property values of rural homes and recreational land and farmland would all decrease if commercial solar energy systems were to be constructed. In addition, real estate broker Spooner, who conducted 6 months of research on the impact of a proposed solar farm in Madison County, Indiana, submitted a report wherein she concluded that homes surrounded by a solar farm on 3 or 4 sites would be worthless. Houses affected on two sites would suffer 40% decrease in value. Houses within 1 mile of a solar farm would suffer 10 to 40% decrease in value. Houses within 3 miles of solar farm could suffer 10 to 20% loss. Indeed, even a BZA, the Glasgow County BZA's decision specifically concluded that it was undeniable and unavoidable that a significant number of 220 homes within 1 mile of the proposed site would see a decrease in property values. Here's the resumes of Maru and Kirkland. Maru's 1 page. Kirkland has a little over 2 pages, and all of the stuff on the far right is his continuing education. I did not see any court cases listed there where he's testified. Clay has about 20 years of work on top of, compared to Kirkland. Clay's review of your Kirkland submission for Iowa Solar, Jefferson County. It says, here's the deficiencies. It reports numerous attempts to justify that utility-scale solar energy power generating systems are not a detrimental condition and are not considered by the market to adversely impact property values negatively. It is misleading, not incredible. There's numerous inadequacies with regard to the appraiser's choice of market evidence by choosing only to rely on matched pair sales for the following reasons. And she gives you 11 items that are numbered and explained in professional real estate terms and methodology. What are these deficiencies? In layman terms, there's no new data. Kirkland keeps repeating the old studies on small-scale solar plants applying it to all sizes of solar plants. He recycles many of the examples that he used back in 2021. Sometimes there's no new addresses, not enough information to draw a conclusion either way, and when you go look and you'll find omitted information that changes the whole outcome. He hasn't looked at any homes that are involved by a solar plant on multiple sites, chooses matched pairs that are far enough away and have buffers or blocked views. So of course there's going to be no damages. Kirkland doesn't use compatible cells. There was one that was built in 1900. He compared it to a house that was only 10 years old. He relies on realtors' opinions when he could just do the study. He's qualified to do them. Discusses the agricultural lands using Tommy Cleveland's so-called white paper dated in 2017. And there is 7 years of data now to research and prove otherwise. And I have more to say on Tommy Cleveland. Kirkland used one matched pair to make a conclusion, and when typically comparable on appraisal, when you want to know everything about the area and what kind of market is occurring. He doesn't consider the context of what the market expectations are. In his matchgate pair of Grandridge Solar, he used cells that were incompatible to start with. There were 5, but 3 were incompatible. When Clay disregarded 3, did direct comparison of the 2, there was a negative 17.9% decline in property value. Here's one of these matched pairs. When you look at the aerial photo, he purposely cropped out the substation across from the house. This is not a good sale to use because the home is already impacted by a massive substation. The picture on the left is what Kirkland submitted. The picture on the right is what Clay found. And then this is an example in Spotsylvania, Kingdom, Virginia. On page 7, Clay's letter, she explains this story. It's a subdivision down there with 3 sections. Kirkland makes a blanketed statement that a house sold for $700,000 and that's it. He performs no damage study at all. So Clay spends an entire day going through sales in the entire subdivision. The extreme south end of this subdivision is an area that protrudes down into the solar facility and it's surrounded on 3 sides. So just like imagine Florida with water on 3 sides. Clay performs this damage study, and the difference between the non-affected sections of the subdivision and the one that was, negative 26.84%. And again, I'm reminding you that, these homes are not engulfed, surrounded on 3 or 4 sites. Please keep that in mind. Still not convinced? Well, how about a chief underwriter from Indiana's oldest bank in the state of Indiana? It's First National Bank. I wrote to him and I asked, would they keep this mortgage on the books? Would your bank feel comfortable loaning on a home engulfed by solar? And he said, we wouldn't know for sure until we had an appraisal on it, but my opinion is that we would have marketability issues. So let's go straight to horse's mouth. Here's a direct copy from Kirkland on noise. He says, there's no noise. Solar projects generate no noise concerns based on numerous noise studies and personal inspection of hundreds of solar sites. They make even less noise at night. This is a direct copy paste from the Isle of Wild lease, noise, glare, shadow. The leasing has the right in connection with construction use operation to emit or cause the emission of noise to impact the owner's views of the property and permits for facilities. Owner for itself waives the rights, so forth, on reviews and shadow and glare. Here's another one on environmental. He says they don't have any toxic waste, vegetation is there. Direct copy paste from the Iowa Wild Lease, hazardous materials. I mean, if there's nothing hazardous, why do we have this clause in the lease? Direct copy and paste from Kirkland. This is the North Carolina study that he uses in there on Tommy Cleveland. Tommy Cleveland is a mechanical engineer. He came to Madison County in 2019, and I really want to pay attention to this story. He came in 2019 because we brought Professor Herbert Eckler and up there, and we were going to bring Professor Ron Honecker. These two professors are from North Carolina State University, and I told you earlier, North Carolina in 2019 had a lot of solar down there. So Honecker is an agronomist and a soil scientist. Eklund is a mechanical engineer with degrees in aerospace dynamics. These professors began to be concerned with the amount of massive land that was being taken in North Carolina. They were alerted to this by the county extension agents. Specifically, here's one who wrote to Professor Honecker at North Carolina State University. She had some concerns because apparently the maintenance crew had changed the contract, and now they're only allowed 2 sprays a year, and he was actually wanting something that he could spray in solar panels to completely kill all the vegetation. I hope I redirected from that because he was considering a soil steroid. So Ron Honecker got really worried, and he began to ponder this, and he wrote a very interesting article, came out in 2017, called Solar Farming, Not a Good Use of Agricultural Land. That was May 2017. So then the lobbying, North Carolina Clean Energy Solar Lobbying, decided they needed to counter that, and they wrote one called Balancing Agricultural Productivity with Photovoltaic Ground-Based Solar Development. This document basically says, hey farmers, don't worry, your land can go back with no problems. This is a submission to the Madison County Board of Zoning Appeals in 2019, and I didn't get this until after the project already been approved. I came across some documentation, and I read this, and I got fell over. This is from Tommy Cleveland, and he is attempting to discredit Honecker and Cleveland. And he talks about Honecker's article, about solar farming changing the future of the farm, which is in your binder, by the way. And he says, regardless, in yellow here, this essay caused some concerns around the agricultural community of North Carolina, and was one factor that led to the North Carolina State's Cooperative Extension Service publishing a white paper entitled Balancing Agricultural Productivity with Ground-Based Solar Photovoltaic Development. I was part of that team that authored this 16-page white paper, which was extensively peer-reviewed and co-published by the North Carolina State University's North Carolina Clean Energy. Said that the North Carolina Cooperative Extension published it. I knew that was a lie. I knew that was a lie because the citizen of Madison County had a document, a study actually performed by the North Carolina Cooperative Extension. They made their own study, and it's called Considerations for Transferring Agricultural Land to Solar Panel Energy Production, because they have their own concerns. Lots of concerns, actually 13 of them, about economic, land maintenance, tax, wildlife, proximity to airport, fire safety, damage, weed, shrub, evaluation of their contracts with solar development and future considerations. There's a lot of good data in there, and that is included in your binder as well. So to prove that North Carolina Cooperative Extension did not publish that, I wrote to Mike Carroll, who's the head of NCSU Cooperative Extension. And I asked him, I said, did the North Carolina State Cooperative Extension Service publish a white paper entitled Balancing? He said, yeah, there is such a paper and it can be found here. However, it is not a North Carolina Extension publication. I was really bothered about this because that document went around Indiana, and it was used to tell farm landowners, to provide them this data. And I want to remind you, Tommy Cleveland is a mechanical engineer. He is not an agronomist. He is not a soil scientist. And in your document, in that binder, is a letter from Honecker and Eckerlin, and they state in there this whole story of how solar lobbying was silencing these professors and their concerns. But one of the most interesting parts about that is that Honecker went to North Carolina Clean Tech, and he says in that letter, I asked them, did anybody in this department come to the agricultural department at NCSU and have that paper reviewed? And they said none did. And he said, then you cannot claim that that's a well-researched white paper. And I'm telling you this because Kirkland has a reminder and, thinks that Tommy Cleveland's a credible source and even says that it's, well researched. We've spoken to him several times. And I just have the evidence and proof that that's not accurate or credible. And this is an article, Reuters, Insight as solar capacity grows, some of America's most productive farmland is at risk. This is your Orion project up in Jasper, Indiana. And this was actually sold to NextEra eventually, but this man contracted with Orion at the time to build. And on that blustery spring afternoon in 2022, Duttlinger said his phone rang with questions from frustrated neighbors. Why is dust from your farm inside my truck, inside my house? And who should I call to clean it up? And according to Duttlinger's solar release reviewed by Reuters, which said it would use commercially reasonable efforts to minimize any damage to or disturbance of growing crops and cropland caused by construction activities. And that they were not to remove topsoil, but apparently they did it up there too. There's another guy in White County, same thing, he's upset because they removed the topsoil. This is not an Orion project, but it is happening in Indiana where the topsoil is being destroyed. Here's your ag today. I'm not going fast enough to beat the world by 2050. And this is a quote by American Farmland Trust, and it's a beautiful quote. To save time, I'm just going to get to the end of it. By 2050, demands on agriculture to provide sufficient food, fiber, and energy are expected to increase 50-70%. Given that land limited, the area in the United States needs to be to increase in housing numbers more important than ever to protect the agricultural land. This is Professor Stephen Miller. This is a study performed for Madison County. To my knowledge, Madison County is the only one that's been able to get this accomplished. We're the only county in the state of Indiana that we were the first to take the case all the way to Supreme Court. We're actually going there twice probably now. We were the first county to stop the tax abatement, first county to get this in agriculture. Professor Stephen Miller, I'll go back to his credentials. He is in the Department of Ag, Food, and Resource Economics. So his area of expertise is policy impact modeling. So he took a look at this, and there's direct, indirect, and induced effects. It totals $2.34 million annually. Over the life of the project, 35 years, has a total effect of over $82 million. Madison County community will lose over $82 million against energy supposed tax revenue of $24 million. Do not think that Indiana agriculture doesn't contribute to your local economy. It is. This is the 2040 future use of predictions for Indiana. We already lost 400 million. Well, on recent trends from 2016 to 2003, 451,100 acres of farmland. It's very concerning. This is the new recent study from Kendall Hall. He's a representative in the House. Oh, I'm so sorry. There we go. This is the recent study that Indiana did. We lost 345,682 acres of farmland between 2010 and 2022. I want to point out that the study did not take into consideration the amount of land that's been taken by solar developers. Here's something that you really need to think about. Solar developers claim that the lease is temporary. The land will be easily returned again. In addition, they claim that solar protects farmland from residential housing and urban sprawl. If solar and wind are much needed energy sources, why are they temporary and having decommissioning plans to begin with? If we must be on a path to net zero 2050 and all solar plants are decommissioned, how will they replace the energy? Isn't decommissioning a hypocritical endeavor? We have to have renewable energy. So many decommissioning plans allow for the opportunity to replace the solar panels. They make improvements in their life and then they want to keep the energy source going. Let me ask you this, how does it protect the agricultural land if it never gets back to agricultural activity? Many of your comprehensive plans in the county are heavily dominated in agricultural. They ask to preserve and protect that land, and therefore solar farms do not meet those stated plans, and solar developers misled the landowner, county, and community about their future use intentions. This is an irresponsible land use change that could permanently risk the loss of our prime land forever. And decommissioning with her economic, this part quick. In Madison County, they relied on the developer's expert, and he recommended a bond of $5.6 million. There is a good decommissioning study. It's in your packet. It's by Dean Lorraine, funded by the National Science Institute. According to that study, we needed $12,334,000 we needed to decommission. That was in 2019. Now, with the rate of inflation, you don't think there's going to be enough. On one more thing about this, they state in our decommissioning plan, everything beyond 36 inches will be left in the ground. What if these farmers want to go back to farming? One of them wants to build a house, what is septic or foundation going to be in there? And then also you need to know the Bureau of Land Management as required for decommissioning on federal lands. Isn't there private farmland that's supposed to grow our nation's food worthy of the same treatment? Public utility law, this needs to be really understood, and I mean that the that Madison County leads the way to keep local control. The original attorney for citizens in Madison County stated that if the project is sold to a governmentally owned public utility, the solar equipment is tax exempt. When solar developers apply, they are an LLC, but after you approve them, they go to the IURC and become a public utility. Once that occurs, everything can change. What can a county do to make sure that taxes are paid or eminent domain is not going to be used? According to the attorneys who help Madison County, there's nothing they can do. Here's some free legal advice for Jefferson County. Jason Cushman, Snyder, and Morgan Federoff. I wrote to him and I asked him, are public utilities exempt from paying taxes? And do public utilities have eminent domain capabilities? What can counties do to protect themselves with a proper ordinance? And he says, Denise, this email is in response to your request inquiring regarding public utilities and taxes and whether public utilities have eminent domain capabilities. With respect to eminent domain, the answer is yes. With respect to what can be done at the local level, there's certainly nothing that can be done to override the state statutes, whether relating to taxes or otherwise. A county, however, cannot remove eminent domain capabilities of public utility law. He asked for another attorney to review and answer me as well, and this is Scott Federoff, another member of the firm. Basically, there's nothing that can be done on the local level. State law preempts local law, federal law preempts both. By way of example, neither a state nor county can pass laws that violate the First Amendment to the Constitution. And since Indiana has a state law that covers utilities, the county cannot pass an ordinance to change that process. He says, again, eminent domain statute is law and that we govern. The bottom line is that the BZA had a chance to turn down the project under the requirements of state law and did not. There's, in my opinion, nothing they can do. He said, from a practical perspective, I cannot see them going down this road, at least for now. They're using the whole tax revenue avenue to sell the projects, and if they wanted to own the land, they would have already purchased the parcels. But I would be willing to wager a fair sum that they will bleed the government subsidies out and then walk once it's not profitable. I said to Jason, okay, thank you, but can you clarify one thing? I understand that an ordinance cannot trump state and federal laws, but how about a BZA as a condition placed on the project to accomplish the protections that they seek? For example, the solar developer cannot sell the project to a public utility or apply to become a public utility. Can BZA have the power to restrict that? And he said no, a condition cannot trump state or federal law by a public utility for public utility law. So you guys pass this project today, and then they sell it to a governmentally owned public utility. It's completely out of your hands to govern all of it. And this exactly happened in Troy, Indiana. I spoke with Kate Irwin. Her comments are in the binder, and she said that once the project was sold, that it was out of the county's hands. They had no oversight. She had a lot of other things to say about O'Brien, and it's in your book. I want you to know that nearly 60 counties opposed House Bill 1381 in 2021. Jefferson County sadly did not sign on. All those that did signed a resolution. I don't know what your county commissioners weren't aware. The House Bill 1381 was really a love letter to women and children. It was a public comment. It was citizens that were being affected by this, setbacks and so forth, very inadequate. A lot of homeowners were upset. But whether you're pro-solar or even against solar, the counties wanted the right to govern these projects in their county. So we killed House Bill 1381, and we have local control right now. But in the Lone Oak Solar case versus Madison County, the tables turned, and only God knows why, I don't know. But it was approved in 2019. The only victory the citizens had was we were the first county to stop the tax abatement. Lone Oak said their future was uncertain, but citizens appealed all the way to Supreme Court. We lost every challenge, but the litigation lasted 2.5 years. Lone Oak came back before the BZA in June of 2022 to ask for 4 years to build the project. They denied that request. Madison County changed their mind on Lone Oak Solar. Again, Lone Oak Solar appealed to BZA's decision that they placed to stay the local court. And then they took it straight to the IURC. Why? Because they became a public utility. And they asked the IURC to take jurisdiction over this project. They were going to declare our ordinance void. The IURC has denied that request, so they'll appeal to the Indiana Court of Appeals, and just about a couple weeks ago, we received the good news that the Indiana Court of Appeals upheld the county's decision. What did these briefs say? This is a text message from my attorney for Madison County. He said, after reading their brief, they are inviting the Court of Appeals to deem illegal nearly all county regulation of these utilities. If the Court of Appeals gives them what they are asking for, both our old and current ordinances would be invalid. And then lobbying groups entered the fray. And at that point in time, homeowners throughout Indiana decided to write an amicus brief as well. And that is in your case, in your binder, and the Indiana Court of Appeals decisions in that binder. On May 14, 2024, Madison County Planning Commission meeting, this is what Jeff Graham, the attorney for the county, stated. He said, Logan has filed a suit at the IURC and attempting effectively to take jurisdiction of the whole project out of the county's hands and in the state hands. The IURC hearing is appealable to the Indiana Court of Appeals, and so that is currently in process. Effectively, and I don't think this is any big surprise, it appears that Roanoke is seeking to have county control taken away from counties on solar matters. It was not successful in the state legislature. Remember, we killed House Bill 1381. So I think they're looking for the courts to do it. We'll see if the Court of Appeals accepts that argument. He said Madison County is a test case, and this is an opportunity for this industry to attempt to wrest local control. They're arguing that the Indiana statutes and its relationship with the IURC are such that it should be out of local control. So about eminent domain, after that October meeting, I had a discussion with the attorney again, and I asked what would happen if Roanoke were to win, and owners whose leases had expired and didn't want to participate, would those leases even be needed anymore? His response was, they could go the eminent domain route if they wanted, and they wouldn't need leases anymore. And I'll ask Lorraine White, who has read all of the briefs in this case, is there any potential, any chance of farmland being taken by eminent domain in the future? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, it may happen for many years, it might not happen, for a bit, but what compensation will be offered to these landowners? Will it be based upon private farmland or depreciating rundown solar plant? This is a new Oxford University, just came out in August. It says solar energy breakthrough could reduce need for solar farms. What are we doing here, really, guys? All of our farmland being taken when we have this new technology. My planning director said, I think sometime here in the near future, they're probably going to come up with something. And sure enough, here it was, August 2024. We have some new technology. This is Alex Epstein, and I can't express enough for you to please, everyone in this room, go on the internet and read this. You can listen to him. He testified before the House Budget Committee on September 19, 2024. If you don't think that green energy is going to cause us some trouble, we're in trouble. Indiana Attorney General leads a lawsuit against the EPA's climate change mandate. If you aren't aware, Todd Ricci has filed against the Biden administration pushing back to keep some coal plants going because this extremist rule would prove absolutely devastating to everyday hardworking Hoosiers. It would expand the federal government's control people's lives without even helping to conserve the natural environment. It's going to kill jobs. Anyways, he's pushing back. This just came out a few months ago. Red Power, you can watch it on YouTube. It's fantastic. Who owns what in Indiana? These are solar projects. This was performed by a real estate broker in Huntington, Indiana. And he went through all of these different projects owned in Indiana. These projects, thousands and thousands of acres. Canada, France, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, and here's the United States, finally down here at the bottom. We have 4 projects that are owned by America. Israel, Portugal. Hey, my question is this. Is this not a national security if Americans don't own our power sources? I don't know, asking for a friend. Hey, here's the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. If you aren't aware, this is a fantastic website. They measure how these renewable companies fare. And it says it's widespread and egregious practice of land grabs, for example, is reflected in the fact that no companies have scored points for policies respecting land rights to govern the process. I just told you that the Orion sold the Jasper County project to NextEra. Where are they at on this list? Oh, they got 4 points. They're right down in the red. This is the end of my presentation. And I would just like to close this with saying thank you for letting me go on this long. It's an overwhelming amount of education in 5 years. And I'm very, very concerned. I just want you guys to know, too, I'm a farmer's daughter. My dad owned land and farmed for red gold tomatoes for over 30 years. We lost him in a tractor accident. And I've asked this question, Denise, over your research. What's your biggest concern about large-scale solar? And I tell you, it's not property values. My biggest concern is the loss of this land permanently, by a land grab and eminent domain where these landowners will lose their land. I'm here today not just because of the homeowners, but because I'm very concerned for what I've read and what I've learned from the homeowners who have been signed up in this project. I have a heart for farmers and farmer community, and I know that the divide in this community is unbelievable. What happened in my community as well. I do what I do because I know my dad, the biggest thing that he would say is the loss of the friendships and family over the solar battle. I pray for the Jefferson County and all over Indiana that we can somehow move past this to forgive one another when the emperor has no clothes and the truths are known in a few years. We know solar panels break down within 10 to 15 years of evidence of that. I don't think that these projects are going to last 30 years. But the future is unknown. And I will tell you, BZA members, you will look back one day with great pride or great shame on the decisions you're going to make. I pray for you to have the wisdom to consider all of this. But hands down, without a shadow of a doubt, these projects will absolutely devastate some property values, especially those on 4 sides. And I ask just over that one reason we will vote no on this project. It's an incompatible land use, and it will damage these property values.
Oh, I still have to go.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. And, well, I can ask you, so it'll probably take about a half an hour, is that okay? I know you said a 9 o'clock stop.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll
Is that okay?
we'll get through all this.
I'm gonna be considerate of your time, but that's about how long it's gonna take to get through. Okay. So, I'm gonna ask you all to grab the black binder that was given to you at the beginning of the.
Wait 1 second.
Yeah.
You can proceed on. Yeah.
So, we have, I know that it's stop time, and that's what I'm trying to ask. Of course, I'm not asking to start a rebuttal, but we do have a couple witnesses that traveled here to be here and mentioned my name and inaccurately quite a bit. I'd like to have them have 3 minutes to at least respond because their name's been specifically mentioned.
Hold on.
And I think there's also.
Go ahead and get your mic, we need to make sure everybody hears this, and we are,
You can use this one.
we're still planning on, after third time, we're gonna have that discussion with you.
Okay,
So we're gonna extend this. As you can see, we've not obeyed by the 3 minutes, we've extended this, but we want to get through this tonight, and get everybody to speak. So after they're finished theirs, we were gonna discuss your
I think
question.
there's a few witnesses that haven't been called and are also, again, the experts. Again, if you're having another meeting, we can do rebuttal and board questions, and we can talk about that after this.
It's up to you. Sorry. If you all have a preference to hear from them first and me last, that's fine.
No, you're gonna go ahead and finish.
Okay.
Be clear, you're gonna allow them an opportunity.
Yes.
To listen.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you. Lorraine White, Heather Broom. My offices are located in Hammond, Indiana. I represent Christy Marshall of 8175 West New Bethel Road, Lexington, Indiana, as well as a list of over 1,000 concerned citizens that's provided in your binders. And if you don't already have your binder in front of you, you're going to want it because I'm going to refer to a few things that you can take a look at while we chat. Ms. Marshall's property is directly affected by the Idlewild Solar Project. Ms. Marshall asks that I provide this board with information regarding the effects of Orion's proposed solar energy plant will have on the surrounding properties as well as Jefferson County as a whole. The Jefferson County Unified Development Ordinance lists the standards the Board of Zoning Appeals is to utilize when evaluating a request for a special use exception. A review of these standards and the relevant data which relates to this project is what we'll talk about. The first standard is the establishment, maintenance, and operation of a special use exception will not be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, and morals or general welfare. As shown here, Idlewild's proposed solar operations will be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the citizens of Jefferson County. Based on this information, the Jefferson County BZA is required to deny Idlewild's special use permit. Let's talk a little bit about noise. On July 26, 2024, Idlewild provided a report from Emma Butterfield titled Sound Modeling of Idlewild Solar Project. The report stated that noise associated with project operations would consist of up to 5,306 solar tracking motors, 1,143 array inverter skids, and 1 substation transformer. Idlewild performed sound modeling at the project site. The modeling results indicated that the sound pressure level from the project operations during maximum solar output was modeled at 46 dBA, or less at nearby residential homes. Under the Health and Safety tab, Exhibit 7 in your binders, I provided you with an NIH study on the auditory and non-auditory effects of noise. In the general environment, noise is a common complaint. The most investigated non-auditory health endpoints for noise exposure are perceived disturbance and annoyance, cognitive impairment, mainly in children, sleep disturbance, and cardiovascular health. I'm sure you all know what an annoyance is, and I don't need to tell you that piece of it. Let's talk a little bit about the other health effects. Both short-term laboratory studies of human beings and long-term studies of the animals have provided biological mechanisms and plausibility for the theory that long-term exposure to environmental noise affects the cardiovascular system and causes manifest disease, including hypertension, ischemia, heart disease, and stroke. Acute exposure to different kinds of noise is associated with the arousals of the autonomic nervous system and endocrine system. Investigators have repeatedly noted that noise exposure increases systolic and diastolic blood pressure, changes heart rate, and causes the release of stress hormones. Chronic exposure can also cause an imbalance in the organ's homeostasis, which affects metabolism and the cardiovascular system, which increases an established cardiovascular disease risk, such as blood pressure, blood lipid concentrations, blood viscosity, and blood glucose concentrations. These changes increase the risk of hypertension and are related to severe events such as myocardial infarction and stroke. Studies of occupation and environmental epidemiology have shown a higher prevalence of the incidence of cardiovascular disease and mortality in high noise exposed groups. There's some information about the WHO in there and the effects on children's cognition, including communication difficulties, impaired attention, increased arousal, learned helplessness, frustration, noise and annoyance, and the consequences of sleep disturbance on performance. More than 20 studies have shown that environmental noise exposure has a negative effect on children's learning outcomes and cognitive performance, and that children have chronic aircraft, road traffic, or rail noise exposure at school have poor reading ability, memory, and performance on national standardized tests than children who are not exposed to noise. Investigators have examined exposure effects links between noise exposure and cognition to identify the exposure level at which noise begins to affect them. The Ranch study of 2,844 children aged 9 and 10 attending 89 schools around several airports showed a linear exposure effect relationship between the aircraft noise and the children's reading comprehension and cognition memory after adjusting for the ranges of other socioeconomic factors. The WHO Community Noise Guidelines suggest that the background sound pressure level should not exceed 35 dBA during teaching lessons. Intervention studies and natural experiments have shown that reduction in noise exposure from insulation or closure of airports are associated with improvements in cognition, suggesting that noise reduction can eliminate noise effects on cognition. Sleep disturbance is thought to be the most deleterious non-audio effect of environmental noise exposure, because undisturbed sleep of a significant length is needed for daytime alertness and performance, quality of life, and health. Human beings perceive, evaluate, and react to environmental sounds even while asleep. Maximum sound pressure levels as low as 33 dB can induce psychological reactions during sleep, including autonomic, motor, and cortisol arousals. In the conditions to approve submitted by IDLE, while it is agreed that no project system will generate a noise of greater than 46 dBA at an outer wall of the dwelling or an adjacent non-participating property. Based on the information provided to you in that Vassar study, the noise levels promised by Idlewild will cause negative effects on the health of those citizens living near the Idlewild Solar Project. The BZA should deny Idlewild special use permit based on this information. Hazardous chemicals and environmental contamination. The EPA has regulations related to toxic characteristics, leaching procedures, standards to address materials that may cause toxic poisoning due to direct contact or leaching into the soil or ground. Photovoltaic panels are one of the materials that the EPA regulates. To ensure that we are clear about the materials in these PV panels, I provided you with a copy of the material safety data sheet for thin film photovoltaic copper, indium, gallium, diselenidide, solar string or cell. If you turn to Exhibit 2, under your Health and Safety tab, you'll see this MSD sheet. I'm not going to read this to you, but it does give you a lot of information about cadmium on the MSD spreadsheet. Potential hazards and environmental management. The presence of a PV system fire produces unique hazards to emergency crews. First responders need specialized training and equipment tailored to the unique hazards these systems present. Specifically, specialized training and tools such as side-by-side vehicles may be necessary to manage emergencies safely and efficiently. As of the date of this filing, the emergency crews in Jefferson County have not been properly trained to deal with an emergency event occurring in a solar facility. Idlewild has indicated that they do not intend to provide the county with a complete emergency plan response until 3 months prior to construction. transmission lines. In Exhibit D of Idlewild's application for special exemption, they state there are two possible points for them to connect to the grid. The language leaves it open for them to use either or both. They state the tie-in to LG&E would require a transmission line of approximately 4 miles in length, based on the measurements obtained by the use of the most direct route possible for the connection to Cliffy Creek Power Plant. The length of the transmission lines would be approximately 12 miles. Please turn to Exhibit 2 of the Property Values tab in your binder. And you can see that on November 5th, 2024, Mayor McClinton Clay provided me a report regarding the diminution of property value that results from transmission lines alone. In her report, Clay cites a study that was prepared for the case of Kentucky Utilities Company versus James and Mary Gent, which estimates the effects of high voltage transmission lines on 3 agricultural properties in Hardin County. Her report states that the diminution can range from 12 to 50%, depending on the placement of the easement within the property. The study also indicates that buyers are resistant to purchasing lots impacted by the high voltage transmission lines at the time of the study, which was 2012. At that time, it had been 5 years since that land had put on the market, and no one was buying the lots that were impacted by those. Photovoltaic heat island. If you can turn to Exhibit 8 of your Health and Safety tab, you'll see an article. A growing concern remains unstudied is whether or not PV installations cause a heat island effect that warms surrounding areas, thereby potentially influencing wildlife habitat, ecosystem function in wildlands, and human health, and even home values in residential areas. As with the urban heat island effect, large PV power plants induce a landscape change that reduces albedo so that the modified landscape is darker and therefore less reflective. I'll let you review the rest of this to conserve some time, but generally, it found that temperatures over a PV plant were regularly 3 to 4 times warmer than the wildlands at night, which is an indirect contrast to the studies based on models that suggest that PV systems should decrease ambient temperatures. Effects on wildlife. I know there was some testimony earlier from several people regarding the effects on wildlife, but I'm giving you some information in the binder about this. Solar projects, such as those proposed by Idlewild, have been shown to cause a negative impact on wildlife. The cause of these effects is not well known. However, one thing is clear: birds and bats avoid areas covered by solar. In addition, the removal of land from farm production has an impact on the remaining wildlife and farm production. Bats. As you know, the Indiana bat is both state and federally endangered species. Indiana bats hibernate in caves and mines during the winter. Predominantly female Indiana bats radio track from Hydronalpa in Jefferson, Essex, and Ulster counties, and were found to move between 12 to 40 miles to roost in locations on their foraging grounds. The roosts consist of living, dying, and dead trees in rural and suburban landscapes. You have seen here today what the construction of a solar project does to the trees that are in its way. Please turn to your wildlife tab. Gareth Jones, a professor of biological science at the University of Bristol, conducted a study measuring reduced bat activity in areas where solar plants were constructed. His team monitored 19 pairs of solar plant sites, each for a week, observing bat activity in the field, center, and along boundaries. 6 of the 8 bat species or groups studied were less active in the fields and the solar panels compared to the fields without them. Common pipistrelles were made up of almost half of all bat activity, showed a decrease of 40% at the edges of the solar panels and 86% in the center. Other bat species or groups like sorphopipistrelles, nocturals, serotines, myotis bats, those are like the Indiana bat, and long-eared bats also saw activity drop. Total bat activity was almost halved at the boundary of the solar panel fields compared to that at controlled sites. And at the center of the fields, bat activity dropped by 2/3. The way that solar farms affect bats is probably more indirect. Solar panels could, in theory, inadvertently reduce the abundance of insects by lowering the availability of plants they feed on. We're currently investigating whether there's a difference in the insect numbers in the solar farms compared to the control sites. Solar panels may also reflect the bats' echolocation calls, making insect detection more difficult. Reducing feeding success around the panels may result in fewer bats using the surrounding hedgerows for commuting, potentially explaining the findings. However, bats are also known to collide with smooth, vertical, flat surfaces because they reflect echolocation calls away from bats and hence appear as an empty space. Research has also found that bats sometimes attempt to drink from the horizontal smooth surfaces because they interpret the perpendicular echoes as coming from still water. Birds. In August of 2024, Scientific America issued an article entitled Solar Farms Threaten Birds. The article states in the relevant part, the problem of bird deaths at solar power farms is a complex one. Some solar power developers have been powering down bright lights that had attracted insects at night, or switching LEDs, or using nets to keep the birds at bay, but that apparently wasn't enough. The diversity of birds dying at these solar facilities and the differences among sites suggest that there is no simple fix to reduce avian mortality. Additionally, with regards to other wildlife, I know that there were a couple of people who actually who talked about this a little bit earlier, but there's information in your binder with regards to finding a balance between agriculture and wildlife. It's no surprise that the board that wildlife feed off of field crops, and any reduction to the total amount of crops planted due to the reduction in farmland will have a direct effect on an increase in crop deprivation experienced by the remaining farmers. This is basic supply and demand here. B, the special exception will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. Numerous speakers have brought up landowners' rights as the reason that they should be allowed to do whatever they want on their land, like placing solar panels, transmission lines, and inverters. Based on this broad argument, this means that I should be able to put a nuclear energy plant on my land because landowners' rights. Simply put, this is simply not how this works. I feel like many people have forgotten that all landowners have rights. As I stated, all landowners have rights, and they have the right to have these rights enforced when they have been interfered with. For instance, if a condition, activity, or situation interferes with the use and enjoyment of your property, landowners have the right to file a lawsuit for a private nuisance. A private nuisance is a person's action on their own land that interferes with the neighbor's use of their land. Issues such as noise, glare, heat, environmental contamination, and EMFs are examples of nuisances. A property owner who believes that their neighbor has caused the nuisance may file a lawsuit and stop the behavior or condition causing the nuisance. Parties typically receive damages for nuisance. I would encourage those landowners touting their rights to review their lease agreements and see who would be named in a lawsuit for a nuisance on their land. I'd also encourage the landowners who have signed solar leases to contact their mortgage holder and ensure that they have not breached their mortgage contract by allowing Orion to lease their land and place industrial solar on it. Finally, I would encourage landowners who sign solar leases to contact the company providing them property insurance. I've seen numerous letters sent by insurance providers telling landowners that they will not be covered or that their insurance policy is not being renewed as the insurance company has found out about a solar lease. I guess they were the lucky ones. Imagine not knowing your insurance would be denied until after you filed a claim. Property value. Idlewild Solar Project will be injurious to property value of those residents adjacent to or surrounding the project. Denise Spooner, a real estate broker, has already spoken in more detail regarding the issue of diminution of property value related to solar project. However, I just want to provide you a couple of items. As part of their submission, Idlewild provided a report authored by Kirkland Appraisals LLC. In this report, Kirkland posits that solar facilities have little to no effect on property values. I requested that Mary McKinley Clay, MAI, review that September 24, 2024 report prepared by Kirkland and provide you with her expert opinion regarding Kirkland's determinations. In real estate, the MAI designation shows that an appraiser specializes in commercial property valuation, offering services such as market analysis, feasibility studies, and investment consulting. Ultimately, it's Clay's opinion that the Kirkland report is fundamentally flawed, not credible, and is not consistent with the use pact guidelines. It is her professional opinion that the report should not be used for any decision-making purposes related to the proposed Idlewild utility scale solar energy power generation project. After a thorough review of Kirkland's report, Clay provided several conclusions. Those can be found in your black binder. The next is the establishment of a special use will not impede or substantially alter the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding properties for uses permitted in the district. A review of Idlewild's plans shows that it will impede and substantially alter the normal and orderly development and improvement of surrounding property. One only needs to look as far as the Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan to see that this land is not compatible use with the adjacent properties. The first goal of the comprehensive plan is to support the viability of agriculture in Jefferson County. This includes the preservation or preserve or incorporated vistas, wooded, scenic, and other environmentally sensitive areas as development occurs. Protect agricultural land and support the success of farming and the right to farm. Promote and encourage agrotourism and aerotourism in Jefferson County. Work with partners to attract businesses that are related to and support value-added agriculture in our county. Page 24 of the comprehensive plan discusses the future uses of land. It states, agricultural land includes the preservation and protection of prime farmland, wooded areas, water features, flood hazard areas, and other natural lands. Finally, page 27 of the comprehensive plan encourages industry in locations that do not create land use conflicts and are not visually intrusive. The American Planning Association has put out a memo with regards to land use, incompatible land use. If you look under the incompatible land use tab, Exhibit 3, you'll see a copy of this memo. In the memo, the APA spoke on the matter of placement of solar. Because of the large amount of land it requires and the extended period that the land is dedicated to this singular use. Solar facilities can be appropriately located in areas where they are difficult to detect. The prior use of the land has been marginal, and there is no designated future use. I'll let you continue to read to save time. D, adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or are being provided. Access roads. In its findings of fact, Idlewild posits this project requires no additional infrastructure. Idlewild seems to have forgotten that access roads are necessary for emergency personnel to access photovoltaic systems should an emergency occur. Idlewild also fails to mention the 4 miles of transmission lines it intends to construct and the way that it intends to reach those transmission lines should a problem occur. Economic impact. Ron Heininger wrote a report titled Solar Farming, Change the Future of Farming. The report is found in the Ag Land tab, Exhibit 5. In his report, Heininger asserts that solar farms are highly inefficient at producing energy. It is only through generous tax credits, the waiving of property taxes, zero-interest startup loans, federal and state mandates that require utility companies to pay for the power at generous rates that these solar farms even have a chance of operating. Heininger asserts that this is not a good use for our land. One only need to look at Spencer County to see what will happen here in your county. Is it Orion's intent to sell this project, as they did Troy Solar? If this project is sold, Orion won't be around. The Idlewild project will be sold to a public utility who does not have to abide by your setbacks and conditions and promises that Orion made. No one will be held to those promises. Any promises Orion made to this county will be moot, and all of the tax funds Orion has promised your county, well, they will leave when Orion does. Drainage. Idlewild claims that any drainage issues will be cleared up as soon as construction is complete, citing that it will repair or replace any drainage tiles damaged during construction of its facility. Unfortunately, the issues of drainage are more complicated than just replacing of tiles. Work done during the construction phase of the solar facility can cause issues for neighboring parcels. Damage is a major concern given that the facility is required to grade the land, remove all vegetation and topsoil in the process. The removal of this vegetation and topsoil causes shifts in the natural drainage of the land. The volume of runoff leaving the site during and after precipitation events is directly related to the permeability of the soil's moisture conditions prior to rainfall, the land cover, and the amount of precipitation. In October 17, 2017, Heiniger wrote a report focused on the Chowden solar plant. Grading as part of the construction dramatically altered the direction of water flow and impacted the amount and speed of water from this land. The result of the change in water flow will impact the neighbors and the owners of the pond to the east of that property. In 2023, a Georgia couple was awarded $135.5 million in damages for polluted land and water. According to the lawsuit, Silicon Ranch Corporation developed more than 160 solar facilities across the country, many of which were built by IEA. At Lumpkin Solar, IEA cleared and mass graded about 1,000 acres of timberland, farmland, and land near the Harris couple. That was previously used for recreational hunting and fishing. They failed to install adequate measures for erosion and sediment control, and the U.S. District Court Judge Clay D. Land held the companies created, operated, and maintains a nuisance that caused sedimentation to pollute plaintiffs' wetlands, stream, and lake. The court further concluded that this nuisance continued for approximately 2 years. Unabated. Adequate measures have been or will be taken to provide ingress and egress so designed as to minimize traffic congestion on the public roadways. Idlewild has provided that traffic in the area surrounding the solar project will not be adversely affected, despite not having any traffic study conducted to see if this is accurate. Solar proponents brought from Jasper County testified in these BZA meetings that more than 100 semi-trucks came to deliver equipment for the Dunsford project. These same proponents stated that they have no issues with this project and that Orion was so good. These statements are put into question when one reads the article titled Insight, as solar capacity grows, some Americans' most profitable farmland is at risk. A copy of this article can be found in your binder under the Ag Land tab, Exhibit 18. This article makes clear everyone is not happy with Orion and Jasper County, as has been represented here. In its findings of fact, Idlewild states that the surrounding area will not be adversely affected by impacted by traffic during the construction and operation of the project. The project will be controlled with points of ingress and egress. Once again, it is unclear how Idlewild is making these determinations without a traffic study to back them up. Construction of a solar facility will include increased traffic. There was testimony on that tonight. Traffic will include heavy machinery, as well as trucks and trailers to transport that machinery. Idlewild makes no promise to engage in your road use agreement as required under St. Joseph's Unified Development Ordinance. Instead, Idlewild claims petitioners can engage in a road use agreement with the county, which may address construction and operational aspects of the project. The special use will be located in a district where such use is permitted, and all other requirements set forth in this UDO are applicable to such use will be met. This project is not consistent with the character of the zoning district, and the conditions are not sufficient to protect the district and the county. The current comprehensive plan for Jefferson County shows that. So the conclusion here tonight, under Jefferson County's UDO, if the BZA does not find that all of the standards have been satisfied, it shall deny the request and provide findings specifying the reason for denial. Here, the petitioner has not provided sufficient evidence to the BZA to make the specific factual findings required to approve the project. Instead, there is evidence to show that Idlewild's project will be injurious to health, safety, and the citizens of Jefferson County. Additionally, Idlewild's project will cause a depreciation in property value in the surrounding properties. Finally, Idlewild's project is not consistent with the character of agricultural zoning and does not adhere to the comprehensive plan.
Marla Brennan.
Hi, I'm Marla Brennan. I live at 6680 Bonsett Road in Lexington, Indiana. Sorry I didn't have enough copies for you all tonight. I'll be real quick about this. I own a real estate brokerage here. It's a realty. I serve about 9 counties in Indiana. So I want to talk about one specific property that I do have listed. It's 9014 State Road 7 in DuPont. That property's been listed for 62 days. It's 10 acres. It does back up to a prominent landowner that is pro solar. And so the first 15 calls that I've gotten regarding this property, 14 of those 15 calls were, are they selling because there will be a solar farm? The stigma is real, and people are waiting to see what Jefferson County is going to do. The last call, the 15th call was, is there viable land that I can lease to the solar company? So 15 out of 15 customers only care about solar. Clients ask for all of the impacted areas. I'm a very transparent person, so I let them know what's going on in the community, but we don't have full transparency. I know of people in the county that have been paid to have easements for those high transmission power lines. None of that is in the plans. None of that is in the proposals. So as we're selling properties out here, we're at risk because there's no transparency to what it's going to take to actually get the power from the site to the grid. Clients that want farmland want to ensure that their property taxes are going to remain low. It's very important. If this land is continued to stay ag land and then allowed to have solar farms, the assessed value will go up. Not the property price, that will decrease, but the assessed values are going to go up, and it's not just going to be for Saluda who's going to get those tax abatements. That assessed value is going to affect all of Jefferson County. So people will not be able to afford the farmland. We're losing a lot of good clients to Wrigley County. Wrigley County has said a hard no to solar, and so people are going there and they're continuing to farm. There's already a housing shortage in Jefferson County, and if the excess space on the grid is used to send power to an end user customer that the solar customers have already identified, which are mostly data centers. This size of a project, 435 megawatts, watts, whatever it is, those are data centers. That is what is planned. I'm just a little person, and I know Marble Hill has a company called American Structure Point that has identified land and is ready to put in a data center there. So there is a lot that's happening behind the scenes, and it is absolutely, again, not being transparent to the customers. So there's a data center coming, and they want this solar project so that they can have it. They want that power. It's not gonna just go to River Bridge. They're still gonna go to Clark County for that one. This power is not going back to the community. There's tools that the solar companies use. One of them I can talk about is Anderson optimization. It's by PBKs to identify the best sites and how this is, that's how Saluda was targeted. That's how our area was targeted. How much room is on the grid? And then they look at the properties and how easy it is to get back to the grid. This highlights the critical importance of the grid capacity in the solar development process, knowing how much headroom capacity is available at all the buses, transmission lines within the regions, and areas of interest can make or break a project. So they've done their homework, we haven't. Jefferson County is very far behind in housing. We are losing really good people in the county. A surgeon wasn't gonna move here because we don't have enough room. There's some good people that are going to prospect in different places because again, we are behind. So if we use all of our capacity on our grid to go to these end user customers that are data centers, we don't get to grow Jefferson County. So this isn't just about one project, it's about stopping the community from growth for 30 plus years. That housing shortage that I talk about, I'm not against development. I'm not against bringing in more houses, more schools. We need a trade school. If people are willing to sell land and we're willing to grow the county, it needs to happen for everyone. So tonight's decision, while Saluda may be getting a lot of benefits, the county is not. The solution to this are those substations that they talk about. Those substations aren't really outlined in any of these plans either. What phase are these substations going to come in and on whose land? Are those private lease agreements that again the BZA doesn't talk about? It looks like in our last presentation, they are. So you can have a substation put in and you guys don't get to have the authority of that. So these phases where you're converting the power and getting it back to the grid, none of us are experts. They are, and they're not being transparent. The solar company knows how much room the grid has, but our county officials do not. And we don't know what we're losing by adding these projects. If you look at how much power is going to go back to the grid and how much room it's going to take, what are we giving up? What trade schools are we giving up? What housing are we giving up? All of those things. This is why I think it's very critical that all projects be stopped until an adequate UDO is established, limiting the total number of acres in the county that will be approved for solar projects, reclassifying the land to either light industrial or something other than ag land. Substation locations and transmission lines, all of those easements need to be included in the project designs and then those adequate setbacks established. All projects can be done with full transparency, but I think we learned tonight that there's a lot that's not being said unless asked. That's all I have.
We've gone well over, but I want to wrap this up. So I would like Orion to have they're the applicant. So we'll give them approximately 30 minutes to.
So anyway, what I was asking.
Go ahead.
Solar goal away.
What I'm understanding, so your rules on how the agenda, if you will, the rebuttal. What I was asking for, there were a couple of people specifically that were called out by name, that were slandered and that were misinformation. I wanted them to have an opportunity to comment and respond. Because I don't think they'll be able to be here at the next meeting if that's scheduled for this. So at least have them come up here for the 3 minutes piece. I do think there's also witnesses that were signed up to speak that didn't get called, and maybe that was in the shuffle, but there's at least 3 of them that I think are on that list. But if our 2 experts that were mentioned by name could do rebuttal, that would be fine. I could reserve the main rebuttal for the meeting because, again, after my rebuttal is board questions. So
unless you're planning on voting tonight, I think that's probably what I was suggesting to do. So, yeah, so I'm gonna call Rich Kirkland up here first. He was mentioned, regarding appraisals of property value.
3 minutes, that's a lot. I'm gonna speak fast. First of all, Mary Planning, we've interacted before. First met her through the Kentucky Siding Board, where she was hired by the Kentucky Siding Board to do an analysis, and Wells Engineering, who's the direct employer for that, rejected her findings and found them not credible. They still presented them forward to the Kentucky Siding Board, they rejected them. When we met with this, I met Ms. Planning in Hardin County Extension, she admitted under oath, the Kentucky Siding Board has never accepted her findings regarding solar farms. They refused to accept my findings of the Kentucky Siding Board. They accepted my findings of the Ohio State Siding Board. North Carolina Superior Court has upheld my findings and reports on 3 occasions that I'm aware of. So I've worked with over a dozen NAIs across the country while working on this. I can give you a list of those and give you additional peer review information about the reports, but they are, you stand up to that. I would just say that instead of me and arguing with Ms. Clay and her findings, I can give you a written summary of my critique of her analysis, since we already have that available. I can also just say that I would say if you want, instead of having 2 appraisers arguing over how to adjust this comp or that comp, look at the sale resale analysis. There's no appraiser judgment in that whatsoever. There's many examples of that in my report in Indiana and the adjoining states. Sale resale analysis. Everywhere you see one of those, it's a sale of a house before a solar farm and the sale of that exact same house after the solar farm. The only adjustment is for time, which is completely and directly linked to the FHFA home price index. There's no judgment call by the appraiser. So I'm not sure how Mary Clay would come up with a different number than me, but look at those numbers and we will see that those homes are selling at prices that are consistent or higher based on that FHFA price index. And also, one thing that Ms. Clay never does is she does not actually confirm her opinion. She doesn't call and talk to the brokers or anyone involved in the party, so she doesn't know the details involved with it. That's an issue that's come up with a number of her analysis that we looked at. But we have the broker information that also confirms that they are seeing no impact on those same ones where we have sale, resale analysis. So you can have an active market participant showing that they say no impact on property value. And again, if Mary Clay's numbers are 30% were right, the broker and the FHFA, you will see that. It would be easy to find. Instead, we're finding very mild, plus or minus 1%, plus 6% on these. The other thing I was going to mention is there's a recent study that came out, it was published just like 2 months ago. Loyola published this. You actually have reference to a lot of data in the report that I submitted. It's one that Loyola University, it's a master's thesis by Spain Howell. He has published a peer review now. He showed a 0.5% to a plus 2% on property values near solar farms, specifically looking at solar farms in the Midwest. And that has now been published in its peer review process. And I would also say that there is an example that I cited at the last hearing of a home that is completely surrounded by solar panels. It's confirmed by the broker involved. And it's also supported by sale resale analysis. I'll be happy to get that information. And again, at a later date, I have it as a PDF form right now. So as far as the qualifications go, again, if there's any other questions about that, but we've been doing this. We do impact analysis on a wide range of different things, not just solar farms. And we have a lot of MAIs who also repeat the same stuff that's been upheld before. So that's all I want to share with that.
Again, I don't intend to rebut every misstatement that was made, but Tommy Cleveland was mentioned by name as well. I'm going to call him up. If you would.
Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. As I said, I don't expect to be able to be here at the next meeting. My name's Tommy Cleveland from North Carolina. As you heard, I'd like to just give you a little my background and a little bit of the history of the white paper that Ms. Spooner mentioned. I've spent my entire career in solar energy. As she said, degrees in mechanical engineering as well as a master's in mechanical engineering. And then I worked 12 years at North Carolina State University at a center called North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center. It's called an extension and engagement center, and it does a little bit of research, a lot of working with industry and working with public officials on the front of clean energy. And I had been there for about 12 years when those white papers came out. Those combination of two white papers. One of them was the agricultural-based white paper about agriculture or utility scale solar. The other was about health and safety around utility scale solar. Both of those papers came about because the center had been receiving questions for several years, and answering questions for several years from folks across the state, both communities and officials on utility scale solar, because by that time, there was 300 to 400, 3 to 5 megawatt solar facilities across the state. And these questions have been coming to us, and there was just very little published on that at the time. And I was the lead author on both of those papers. But the agriculture paper was the one that she mentioned in particular. Both papers were published together with NC State Extension on their website. You can go to the website today and you still see me listed as author of NC State Extension papers, and it lists that health and safety white paper that was published at the same time. In that agriculture paper, the last 2 pages of the paper list all the different reviewers. And so it's a very transparent paper. It lists by name everybody that reviewed the paper and their affiliation. I'm not sure where the problem is, but it was a university paper, very clearly written, who published it, and clearly included everybody that reviewed it, and also had several pages of footnotes showing where all the research came from that went into providing that public information paper. Since that time, I've continued to work in renewable energy. I haven't continued to work in the agricultural impact space at all. That was just an assignment given to me to be the lead author on that paper. I have continued to work as a health and safety expert in the field. And that's why I was here tonight, was to answer questions on health and safety that came up. Thank you for giving me the chance to explain some of that background.
And then, like, the last thing I mentioned was there were several people that signed up to speak, and I think only one of them is still here. Carrie Vaughn and Eric Vaughn, I think it's signed up.
Hold on, let's
sure. I think there was another, but yeah, sure, I'll wait.
But then did she re-sign it tonight?
She signed up.
Someone else.
She signed up at the
The first meeting, she spoke on behalf of, she said Carlos Moore.
yes.
She spoke on behalf of.
Okay, where the confusion was that she spoke in behalf of someone else, and so when we saw her name.
Yeah, and I just didn't want a page or section to be missed or skipped over. She's fine, I don't know if, you're welcome to come up here and speak, but there's been a lot of speaking. So I think I'm fine to close out public comment, if that was.
Yeah, but that's what happened, that her name, that she spoke for someone else, and when we saw that was a mistake.
Maybe just ask, is there anyone who signed that and didn't get a chance?
Okay, is there anyone that's here that feels like they did sign up, that we missed their name, so we can go back through the list? Because we obviously want to get everybody's opinion and voice, and we do not want anybody to think we've shortened anyone. As you can tell by the lengthy time we've allowed people to speak, but we don't want to be accused of, missing anyone.
May I say my?
Yeah.
May I go?
Did she?
Did you?
I signed up.
You did sign up?
Did she see the?
Did you seek your sign to the attorney?
I did.
Okay. Okay.
So I'd ask the public comment to be closed, and then the next meeting, I think you said it's the 19th, we'll do rebuttal and board questions, and then.
I truly wanted to finish up the rebuttal on everything tonight, so the next meeting, if the board agrees, would be the 19th, and I wanted to use that time to digest everything we've heard and not have to go into more rebuttal and more things to think about. So I would prefer that we go ahead and do the rebuttal. I know it's late, we've already well shot our 9 o'clock, so we might as well just, in my opinion, if the board's all right with it, just finish everything tonight.
Yeah, I have a court reporter here and a couple people who would take a couple minute break. That's what he's asking.
No, I would appreciate the break, because I'd like to go to the bathroom. Just to be blunt. Maybe 5 minutes.
Why just follow him in?
Have someone on here like Olivia Vogel took her spot. And so
She's spoken several times, but I think she's who submitted their petitions.
Who are you talking about?
Carrie Vaughn submitted their petitions at the Ivy Tech meeting when she was up there speaking. Then she spoke for somebody else. And then she spoke several times tonight, even for somebody else, which is fine, except how many times are we going to speak? And she did submit their.
If it's on behalf of someone else, then they're ceding their time to her.
But when she submitted the petitions, I'm pretty sure that she gave her address and her name and submitted the petitions.
I mean, we're doing the best that we can to make sure that everybody.
I got that, but grabbing at straws and keep going.
Taylor, I have a written copy of my comments tonight. I would love to just email it to you so that it can be on the record for you guys. Can you write your email there so I can do that? I'm so sorry.
I'm pretty sure by the time that first meeting was on the record, Gary Vaughn his did her spot, but I could be. I'm not.
She's not going to.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
clarifying that.
Gotcha.
I was gonna make a paper copy of it, but my printer is
That's okay.
I've never had a printer that I like. Let me just say that to you out loud. Never, ever, ever. I'll log on and send it to you now so you have it. Okay. Thank you so much.
What is it? But at least if they do their rebuttal, I think to the very next meeting, it will just be so awful. This is our last. I get 100 emails a day. And then I send you.
What about Rodney?
I did skip over him. I didn't put that out to Pat. But
Rodney wants to speak.
okay. Well, then I really did skip over him on accident. It's hard to keep all this straight from all these. Yeah.
That's Kelly down here. You're down here. I'm down here. She just got pulled in. She's doing a good job.
You know where the one black case went to? You know where the black cases went to? Where the projector?
I do not. They might have been put in here in these back rooms.
You did a good job. Yeah. To me, I'm to the point I read that's the point I was getting at. They, like, you have questions. Like I told right down, I was like,
Like the majority of it. Well, I mean, like. You know what I mean? It's like, I just set aside just based on
yeah. We got a lot of parties and people's money and land. Yeah. You get it. I don't have anything against it.
maybe over here, I think it's yeah.
We haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen it.
Oh. It's not a big trip. So you'd be expecting, I think you would distribute that.
It's hard to sit. It's
If everybody could have your seat, we'll go ahead with the rebuttal and try to get home before midnight.
I'm not, my wife's gonna come listen for me.
Everyone, please be quiet.
Justin Andrews, Sherman and Craft on behalf of the applicant. First off, I'd like to thank the board for the time that you guys have put in for the last several months. I'd like to thank the careful, deliberative process that we've been a part of. And I'd just like to reaffirm my and my client's interest in getting this right. They take pride in carefully select where they put these places and how they are. They have a long reputation and history in Indiana, and they're proud of that. So I appreciate the efforts here tonight. We've heard a lot of opinions on both sides, and I believe, first, I'm not going to try to address every misstatement that was made. There are numerous. I do have a number of experts that are here that if the board has questions, I appreciate you to ask that. They'd be happy to answer that. But I do think a lot of the comments are rooted in the love and the desire to have something good for the community, and on both sides. I think change is hard and it's scary for some people, but I think that the evidence that we're going to talk about here has been overwhelmingly supportive of the conditions and the reasons why we are here. There's been a lot of discussion on various things that are frankly irrelevant to why we're here and beyond the scope of what the BZA is set up to do, as you know. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why we are here and why we're not here. So one of the things that we are not here to do, well, as you know, we're here for a special exception. We are not here to ask for a variance. So you guys get variance requests all the time. We're not asking to not comply with the ordinance. The Unified Development Ordinance, we're not asking for, what we are asking for is a special exception for this use, which is specifically contemplated in the zoning ordinance. This has already been addressed. We're not asking to change the zoning ordinance. It contemplates this facility and the AGUs just as we've accepted. That's what a special exception is. It's a permitted use that goes through these certain conditions. So we're not asking for you to change the law, or change an ordinance, or change any regulation. We're also not asking for final approval of a lot of these issues that we've, that are, some of the people have raised, for example. Stormwater approval, we're not asking for wetlands regulations, approvals, anything that has to go with that. We're not asking for approval of specific design for the project. All of those come later with various different bodies that have those expertise. And so that's been a little bit confusing as we've heard some of the testimony speak to some things that are outside the purview here. But if we are fortunate enough to obtain a special exception, there will be the process where those procedures and approvals are required. And construction can't begin until we have those approvals with those other bodies that are specifically designed to do that. We're not also, one of the things that was raised, we're also not asking for tax abatement. If that's I'll discuss it later, but if the county desires to do that, that's up to the county. That's not something that's up to this board, and certainly it's not something that we're asking this board, and we're not even asking the county. I'll get to a little bit more in a minute, but the only thing we're here to address is the findings. And there's been very little testimony today regarding the findings, and we've submitted facts and evidence and testimony that do support the findings. I will add, before I go further, is that I have the first meeting, we had 400 signatures for a petition. I have an additional 132 that I would like to present up and be part of the record before I finish. So I'm trying not to forget to pass those up. And that's part of the records that will support the findings as well. You know, in addition to we've listened to comments and feedbacks at now 2 meetings, 2 other meetings, and we appreciate it. But Orion's been in the community, listening to the community for well before those 2 meetings to try to understand the needs and the issues that will arise from it. So to that end, many of the concerns that have been raised here have been addressed proactively by the additional conditions that Orion's offered. And I'd like to clarify those conditions, if you will, because I think they're misunderstood. These conditions are part of both statutory and your rules that you have the ability to approve something subject to certain conditions. Those conditions, we would suggest, be recorded. Those are going to be binding on not only the property owner, but any future property owner that takes title to the property. So I know there's been concerns of we don't know what's going to happen in the future, but by your own BZA Rule 4, those conditions can be recorded, and they will be binding on there, and they will be, per your rules, enforced just like the zoning ordinance. And I'll get to that a little bit further, but these conditions significantly supplement your ordinance. And I should also point out, which you probably know, but the ordinance, you do have a specific ordinance that addresses the solar systems in this facility, and many of these concerns have been addressed by that ordinance in advance. The other piece that I'd like to, I guess, add as far as this board's concerned, and I touched on it just a minute ago, but the UDO gives certain obligations to each body. This body has one that deals with the special exception, but these additional approvals that are going to be necessary are going to be, for example, the final development plan. There's going to be an improvement location permit, approvals relating to the Jefferson County stormwater management and erosion control provisions, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit requirements, Jefferson County drainage boards, any wetlands approvals from Indiana, from any Department of Environmental Management, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. All these approvals, frankly, address some of the concerns that people have. They're set up specifically to address those. And so, in other words, it's a multi-party, multi-step process that is not entirely in front of us. I know we heard public comment on a lot of it, but a lot of it isn't something that, frankly, you're expected to take on your shoulders. Your decision is much more narrow than that. For example, the development plan will be reviewed and approved by the zoning administrator or planning commission. The road use agreement, which is part of our conditions, I think it was misstated that we don't have one that is binding. We've agreed to a road use agreement that's going to be approved by the county highway superintendent and county commissioners. The decommissioning agreement, I'll talk a little bit more about. Yeah, that's reviewed and approved by the county commissioners. Stormwater management is going to be reviewed and approved by the Jefferson County Drainage Board. Wetlands permits reviewed and approved by IDEM and the U.S. Army Corps. Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and others are going to deal with some of the other location permit and building officials approvals along the way. So we're not solving every potential issue today. What we're dealing with is the contemplated permitted land use. Does it meet these 6 elements? And that's what we're focused on. To that end, we have testimony about property taxes. Quite a bit. We have an expert here, and if you have questions, feel free to even interrupt me if you like. But we're not going to seek a tax abatement. We don't have to seek a tax abatement. We will only pursue a tax abatement path if that's something that the county seeks desire. Because put simply, this project is going to lower the property taxes for everyone. That cannot be disputed. It's significant investment. It's going to lower the property taxes. It will lower the property taxes in Saluda Township more. If the county desires some additional flexibility in how they spend some funds, and they desire an abatement, an economic development agreement, that is a tool within the counties that we're fine to talk about. That is not going to, but that's not something that we're pursuing here, and it's frankly not something we have to pursue. But it could be beneficial to the county. If the county wants to discuss that, we're happy to do that. There was some discussion on roads here tonight, and again, as part of our conditions, we have a road use agreement that is going to be agreed to by the commissioners. It's going to provide a baseline study of the existing roads, so the conditions prior to construction. It's going to pay for any improvements needed for that construction period of the operation, and then it's going to repair the roads to that existing baseline study to at least that or better, to the roads, culverts, and any other things during construction. It's going to also specifically limit routes during construction period. So, again, all that baseline, the post, it's gonna be backed up by financial security to ensure that this is done. We get it, there is, amongst at least the people that are participating landowners, there is, an uncertainty of the future of things that they haven't dealt with before. And so we're trying to solve that by not only preparing the reports, but preparing the financial backing and the wherewithal to be sure that it's done. No one has to trust it. We're gonna have this agreement that's gonna be required of us with this approval. Couple comments on the risk of fires. Like all electrical systems, the solar systems have to comply with the National Electric Code, National Fire Protection Code, which creates it. These rarely, if any, there's very little combustible material. There's frankly very little to any risk of testimony here. I'm not the subject matter expert on this, but the testimony was there's very low risk of a fire on this site. There's been mention of other different types of solar that's not going to be present here. But we work closely with the EMS and fire to not only commit to a plan, but also fund additional training and site-specific emergency management plan to create that and approve that for this project as well. Yeah, so I mentioned annually EMS training is requested by the county will be provided at the project's expense, and it's going to be based on a site-specific plan that the county has to approve. Again, this board does not have that plan in front of them. That's not part of what the land use determination that we're asking. Couple questions on construction. Yeah, there's going to be construction. We've indicated that it's going to be limited. It's a 26-month period. Up to that, it may not take that long. It's not going to be all at once for the entire time. During the construction period, again, there's going to be conditions that address specifically the restrictions that we're imposing on us, and we've agreed to do. So there's going to be best practices for construction management and some other restrictions that the county is going to agree to in advance to minimize that impact. We've agreed to restrict construction hours to certain times, again, weekdays, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., or weekends, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So there's other restrictions in the conditions, and you should have a copy, both in electronic form and hard copy of those conditions. But I emphasize these because there's been a lot of comments as they probably don't have the benefit of really understanding what those conditions are. And a lot of these concerns we've listened to and we've heard throughout the community, and that's why we propose these conditions. A little bit of discussion on erosion control. Again, we've addressed that with these conditions. There's going to be a soil erosion control plan and a stormwater pollution prevention plan that's going to be prepared. They're going to confirm the requirements of the Jefferson County Soil Water Conservation District. They're going to be prepared by a professional engineer, and they're going to detail the best practices to minimize any erosion throughout the site. For example, they're going to require to implement silt fence construction entrances, concrete washout areas, and other control provisions. Jefferson County, again, is going to review and approve our proposed plans before any construction begins, and also monitor the site to ensure that the construction methods meet the requirements. There was a little bit of testimony on the PV panels of groundwater. Again, we've had detailed expert testimony on this, but all solar panels are going to meet the EPA standard for materials that have direct contact with soil and groundwater. We provided that testimony and indicated that even in the event of damage, those materials are not going to leach into the soil. Again, we provided both report and testimony in prior meeting. Same with groundwater quality. We provided separate testimony on groundwater will not be negatively impacted. If panels are damaged, those panels are valuable. They're going to be repaired, replaced, removed to do that. And the potential impacts have been studied by academic regulatory bodies for decades, and they conclude they pose no health risk in that situation. To deal with some of this, again, there's a lot of questions or speculations, and I get that when something new comes in there. So another way to help give some comfort, if you will, is that we're going to propose also, as part of our conditions, of soil testing. Again, like the road use agreement, we're going to have a pre-construction soil test baseline groundwater testing. We're going to create that understanding, provide that to the county. That's going to be used for future comparisons. So if there's an event, there's going to be another comparison, and then at decommissioning, there's going to be another one, and they'll restore that, submit those reports, and have that baseline to be able to compare it to, see how they can restore the soil in that sense. There was a few questions on wetlands at first meeting, but again, that's an entirely, we're not proposing to have any amendment from the existing wetlands regulations with IDEM, Clean Water Act. The sites practically are going to minimize the impacts there because there are regulations that address those issues and concerns. That isn't something that we're going to try to cite solar facilities that we have to address those. So there are extensive regulations, but as you know, this board is not the board that addresses those and never has. First meeting, maybe there was more testimony on ground cover and buffer areas. So Orion has a lot of experience with this particular thing, and not only, in fact, the county ordinance also requires certain things. So they're going to not only meet the county ordinance ground cover section, but also the Indiana State Pollinator Scorecard. We had testimony from experts on that. Again, another condition is to submit to the county the vegetation management plan for review and approval for the zoning director. The project's going to maintain that screening and make sure it's in compliance with that plan that's submitted and reviewed and ultimately approved by the county. I think there's, maybe at both meetings, there were questions about decommissioning, and we listened to those. So the first meeting, there were questions. As you know, with each lease, we have a decommissioning agreement with each landowner. But also, we're going to propose as part of our conditions that are binding on us and any future property owner is that we're going to have, conform to the county ordinance, but also have a specific decommissioning agreement where we put up security for not just 100% of the cost, 120% of the cost of what a third-party expert is going to say that the decommissioning cost is going to be. And I think last time, in our original discussions, we were going to update that for inflation every 5 years, and I think we've moved that down to 3 years. And make sure, so we have buffers essentially on both sides. We have well above 100% of the cost and more frequent updates to address concerns that were raised. Again, I think what we want to do is we want to fit in the community. We want to address these concerns, and all we can do is address them directly. And this is the way we chose to do that. So the decommissioning security is going to remain in place until the project's decommissioned. A little bit of discussion on noise and glare. The county doesn't have an ordinance on noise. We propose to limit noise below those of counties, of other similar counties, below their noise ordinances. The only noise, I think the discussion is really from these inverter fans that are placed as far away as they can be from adjoining owners, because sound dissipates quite significantly with that. The sound is, again, it's going to be like a fan or a wind or light rain. It's going to be similar to, frankly, mini farming if you had a fan or other use in farming operations. So the sound of the solar facility, frankly, is quiet. It's about one of the more quiet uses of land that I think you can have. Same with glare. The point of solar facilities is to not have glare, it's to capture the sun. So they're 98% of the sunlight is captured in there. We've done studies and analysis on both noise and glare, and we've submitted those reports. In similar ways, this facility is designed to minimize that glare by not only the solar panels, but the landscape buffering around that we've also committed to. I think in the first meeting, there was some questions on the property, taxes, legal description questions, so, we are gonna prepare reads and bounds descriptions of the project site as part of the improvement location permit and some as-built surveys, to address those questions. And then, you know, in order to pull all these together, to make sure that the county can enforce these provisions, number one, the conditions are gonna be signed and as part of this approval, and they're gonna be binding, and they'll be enforceable just like the zoning ordinance is. But the project is also committed to contributing $100,000 towards a fund to basically so you can hire third parties to make sure we're doing what we said we're gonna do. So to fund any necessary engineering, legal services, review of the application for the compliance, we want to make sure you can do that. You shouldn't have to. Yes, we've been detailed, we provided a lot of information, and at times it may seem overwhelming, but we want to provide that so that not only are we offering the conditions, we want you to be able to enforce the conditions. And so we're genuine in the sense that these are real conditions that have to be met. So those are some of the concerns that I've heard over the last little bit. And I said, again, we're here because there's findings of facts. There's 6 findings, and the county ordinance and these additional conditions help make sure that we're going to satisfy those findings. And I think the testimony is supported that. So the first that was talked about is the establishment, maintenance, operation of special exception will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, morals, or general welfare. So we've heard testimony from numerous witnesses about the operation of the project site. It includes 24/7 security monitoring, perimeter fencing that allows wildlife to pass through, the PV solar panels that meet all EPA standards, the EMS and fire coordination, including some additional funding of the new firehouse in Saluda Township, an emergency management plan, a vegetation management plan, measures taken to reduce glare and noise, and soil testing both before, during, and after the event. Each of those things indicate the findings. The fact number 1 is satisfied. There's frankly no dangers to public health, safety, and morals for the operation facility. Finding number 2, the special exception will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. As I indicated, the ordinance already permits this solar facilities to be in an A district. It contemplates that, it's part of this, and that's why we're here asking for that special exception. But to add to that, we've added commitments and compliance with the zoning ordinance that addresses landscape buffering and setbacks, vegetative requirements that exceed the ordinance standards. Roads and traffic, there's been a little bit on that. We've had testimony, but there's essentially no new traffic from the operations of the project after the construction of the project. We've talked about the road agreement on the pre and the post survey and the bonds essentially or the security to make sure those roads are in good shape. And then the minimal glare and the buffering involved. Again, the noise, the UDO didn't address the noise, but we have. We've offered commitments to make sure that those levels are lower than standards of other communities that do have noise ordinances. Property values that Mr. Kirkland has discussed, have a record. It is frankly 145-page report with a lot of exhibits. Goes through, includes there's no negative impact on land values. Property taxes, those are going to go down. Whether, again, we're not asking for abatement, but whether there's an abatement or not, they're going to go down. They'll just go down more or even more. So I think finding 2 has been satisfied by the testimony and the evidence we've submitted. The establishment, so number 3 is the establishment of the special exception will not impede or substantially alter the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding property for uses permitted in the district. I don't think there's any credible testimony that suggests that solar usage are going to impede the normal use of the facilities or other uses of the property. Again, it's contemplated in the zoning ordinance comprehensive plan or otherwise, as a permitted use in this area, subject to these conditions. The record contains detailed, professional, third-party studies regarding property values, that again, Mr. Kirkman talked about and others. Exhibit J in your original binder is part of that report. And I know there were a lot of misstatements about it, but that report included not just university studies, not just assessor studies, there was local site inspections, consultation, and other reports that were used to analyze that. And in fact, there's more recent studies that confirm those as well. You know, this question is a somewhat common one, and I will point out that numerous Indiana cities and towns have also found that this has no impact, or no negative impact on adjoining properties, and they've found that on multiple occasions with solar projects. Frankly, farming solar energy is similar to existing agricultural uses, which is why the county contemplated this use in this district, and they complement the existing farming uses. The solar project is also going to help preserve the land for future agricultural use with the extensive vegetative management controls, which, like I said, I don't think that the opposition understands and has been able to review the extensive conditions that we impose on top of the ordinance. And I think, again, those vegetative management plans, the wildlife movement with the care that's been taken for that, and the bonds to make sure that decommissioning facilities are going to be removed. You can't, there's no other development where you're going to have a decommissioning bond to make sure that the houses or the barn or whatever that ages with time gets removed. But this will have that throughout the entire life of the project. So I think that element has been fully satisfied. The fourth element is adequate utilities, access road, drainage, and other necessary facilities have been or are being provided. As far as utilities, there's no additional utility infrastructure that's going to be needed for the project. Water and sewage aren't a significant aspect. The roads, I've already discussed quite a bit. We're going to enter into a road use agreement with both pre and post construction assessments. Drainage, we intend to be fully compliant with the drainage board and all necessary drainage permits. We've had professional studies with the application that demonstrated the runoff from the solar facilities is less than typical farming activities. And I don't think that I've heard any credible evidence that frankly disputes anything regarding the adequate utilities access